welcome to another M3DM live stream. Today we're going to be finishing up this awesome skeleton dragon, which I'm super excited about. First started this yesterday, and it came together a lot faster than I expected it. Because there's actually a default brush in ZBrush that had some bone structure that could really play off of. I see Eric's already here. Hi, thanks for the welcome. Alright, so what we're going to be doing at this point is we're going to pose and then get maybe a few more details on this, but the most of the stream is going to be figuring out a good pose for this model. I have quite a few references on the side of the screen. I have even more on my other monitor here. So yeah, let's get started, shall we? So, I also have my schedule for live streaming on screen finally. So it's Thursday through Monday. So technically today is my Friday, so to speak. So I'm excited. I bought a bunch of yarn for some Black Friday sales that had already popped up, and I have more things I want to crochet. The last crochet project I have is this little nutcracker, but I have a bunch of new ones I got in the works too. Good morning, pet. All right, well, without further ado, I think we're ready to start posing this guy. I'm making some adjustments to the model as I go, but I kind of want to just jump right in today and get this one rolling. Go ahead and set my timer for 30 minutes, and I don't really have like a firm goal of having anything finished within the 30 minutes, but I want to have a good deal of progress done. So I'll say maybe my tentative goal will be about halfway through the pose. So right now I'm just grouping any like polygroups. Anything that's going to move together. If I ever merge anything on accident that shouldn't be merged together, it's no big deal. You just resort it. You split mask points, and then we're back to where we should be. All right, very nice. These wings still need a bit more detail, but I really am not sure how I want to detail some of these until I have a pose on this. So let's get that going. First things first, I want to make sure all my subtools are where I want them to be. For example, like the sternum bone and the rib cage will move together, so I might as well have those merged into the same piece. Good morning, Arch. And I think I have a tail base mesh under here to give this, all these bones some more structure. All right, looks good. Let's go to Transpose Master and T-Pose Mesh. So I'm gonna be posing this around like some imaginary rocks, if you will. I used to always like build my rock structure before posing, but I found that I would be bending the model to suit the rocks more than the other way around. So I want this to emphasize, this is the focal point, right? Not the rock structure. So we're gonna sculpt this one first. Sparky Face is back. That's looking great so far. Thank you. And I believe, same username you mentioned. One second, I'm gonna do some research here. Make sure that I'm right. Yes, same person. You are the person on Twitter that messaged me and mentioned you're gonna think about streaming today yourself. That's so exciting, at 8:30 Eastern time as well. So congrats, I felt that was so cool that I inspired you to do this at all. So anyone else that's kind of lurking, you should go check them out. They're also 3D artists. Again, that is Sparky Face. And then they say, I should be sleeping, it's midnight here. Yeah, make sure that you sleep, that we're all ready for your stream. Eric says, I'm doing homework for my Education of Exceptional Students class. Ironically, while being an exceptional student. What are y'all up to? I mean, I guess you guys know what I'm doing right now. I'm sculpting a dragon. And then Sparky said, yes, that's me. I'll be streaming in a few hours time. Very cool. Yeah, it definitely made my morning seeing that at first I thought I was in the wrong like message chain, like someone has accidentally tagged me. I was like, what is this even about? I'm like, oh wait, that is me. I do live stream. And then Pat agrees, sleep is for the weak. Yeah, I thought the same thing in college. I didn't sleep very much. I never pulled all-nighters or anything like that. But I also didn't get as much sleep as I wanted. Most of my like breaks and stuff, especially like winter break and when I was in college, I just went home and slept for days. It was great. Alrighty, so I actually want this curve of the neck to be flip-flopped, which is kind of annoying because that's not how I sculpted this at all. So this is going to take some manual fixing. Looks so silly. And yeah, Eric must have checked out Sparky. Yeah, Sparky makes little guys. Yeah, again, so search that. I think you can click on their username just in the chat here. But Sparky Face is also a 3D artist and makes very, very cute 3D printable models for y'all to enjoy. So I recommend checking them out. You know, I'm actually gonna move out of this and back here because I don't want to deal with that right now. This is totally posed different. The head's gonna be somewhere low, kind of like this. And I need this to be completely flipped. And I think I can achieve that by mirroring, so I'm gonna try to do that instead. Save myself some headache. There we go. That gets me a lot closer to the shape I was wanting. I was about to like manually pose this and I'm like, I just need to mirror the neck. So went ahead and did that. It's gonna make my life a lot easier here. I think I need to do the same thing for this structure as well. So I'm gonna go ahead and mirror across this axis and flip on over. There we go. There we go. I was gonna say, I'm like, I can manually pose this vertebra by vertebra, but what a pain. There we go. I want to have like this low sweep neck. And then Sparky says, thanks for the shout out and support. Yeah, of course, of course. Eric says, I know that as far as I've seen Mia's models are all original, if only inspired, but Sparky, do you ever get issues with copyright and such? That is a super good question. It kind of just depends. Obviously I can't speak for them, but if you're making stuff that's like loosely inspired, it can be okay. Or if you have a caveat where like you have your stuff as shared for free, so you're not technically selling it, it really depends with the fan art policy for that specific IP. Generally speaking, you don't have to worry about just getting sued outright. You'd always get a cease and desist first. So all right, that is a much easier starting point for me. Now let's get back into that pose. Just going into T-pose mesh. So some of this I'm actually slowly sculpting in symmetry, right here. And this is kind of just making sure that I'm deforming the neck on both sides. And then next, I'm actually going to want to start to arc the back of this model upwards. So we're grabbing one vertebra at a time and starting to get an inverted arc here. And then Pat mentions there are some really big patrons dedicated to Star Wars, Marvel, and stuff like that. And they're still going strong. As long as you don't touch the Different Games Workshop, it should be fine. Yeah, I don't know how they get away with it. The Marvel ones that you're talking about, that is a game I would not want to play. I totally get having things that you're a fan of, but I wouldn't feel comfortable just directly making a full-time living off IP that is not my own. Obviously, I do stuff that is functional for Dungeons & Dragons, but there's nothing about the skeleton dragon that's not uniquely mine. And Sparky said, all good, love questions and answers. Hey, you have a good attitude. I had a feeling that you would. I suppose it's looking ridiculous here. Trust the process. I have a plan. Every time I say I have a plan, I'm thinking of Dutch from Red Dead 2. That game's been out for a while, but I still think more people need to play it. Kind of looks like a donkey when they kick. All right, pretty soon here I'm going to start falling out of symmetry, and that's where the pose really starts to come to life. But like most things, if I can stay in symmetry, I like to. Just saves me some time and keeps my shapes really nice and clean. Eric says, can you make him stand like that one cat that stands like a child? I could, like the cute thing. I could, but I'm not going to. Thank you guys for hanging out with me on this Monday morning. This stream picked up pretty quick. Probably because this is one of my normal streaming days. I've always streamed on Mondays. If you're enjoying the stream, a reminder to like the stream. It does help a lot. Since all of y'all are here so soon, pretty sure most of you guys are already subscribed. So again, there's gonna be an imaginary rock structure that this guy is climbing down. You just can't see it yet. I can see it. And then Eric says, tragic. And then someone new is here, but I think that is the Russian alphabet, I think. So I actually have no idea how to say that. It kind of looks like Anna, the first name. But hi, welcome, you're new. Pretty sure it's not Anna, because that's, again, it's just a different alphabet entirely. All right, so this back left is moving forward, and so I'm going to mirror that on the other side with the front limbs. Also going to turn off perspective. Just gives me some more flat shapes to work with. It's a little easier to select and maneuver around. So I'll be using a combination of masking and using the good old move brush. All right, that looks pretty darn good. And then last but not least, we're gonna pose that foot. I think I'm gonna have that more down here. Yeah, I think that looks good. Yeah, we're kind of just finding our shapes here. Eric says, I like sitting in now while doing homework. I think it helps me watching someone also doing something because you can shut off that part of your brain that needs to engage. You can just enjoy the company and the community. And I really appreciate you saying that because that's kind of exactly what I'm going for here. That's why I think, so I tried doing the weekend stream. That was a lot of fun and I really enjoyed having the different days off. But I'm also curious if maybe I'll switch back to Monday through Friday because it kind of, I find that this ends up being a bit of like a working stream, just as you mentioned. I want this dragon kind of to have that gracefulness of like a cat almost. Kind of just like crawling down the side of this mountainside or whatever it is. Posing this tail is going to be a little bit tedious because I'll need to go vertebra by vertebra, but it's going to be pretty satisfying. I'm tempted to leave it as it is and actually use a 3D Gizmo transformer later. The only issue with that is one, I can't do it in Transpose Master because it will just blow up ZBrush. And two, since I have these tall bones on top, I'm worried it's going to deform those too much as well. But I'm going to hold off on that. Because I think that's gonna work better. All right, I want this dragon to be a little bit more scrunched up because again, I want this to be a tabletop piece. And so I don't want the footprint of it to be too long. So I'm gonna want the front and the back legs to be a little closer together here. There's two ways I can do that. Kind of start to bend at the hip here. And then I can also increase like the verticality of this model. Very cool. Alrighty. Now let's start focusing more on the head and the neck. That's going to be a really interesting point of this model. Arc it down a little more, let's add a little rotation. think I'm gonna have alpha shot be somewhere like this. All right, so to get more of this body visible, let's go ahead and start adding some more rotation to the spine. Make sure to mask right between these vertebrae. Do a nice big arc all the way down. Placing my gizmo very carefully at these rotation points. And then we're gonna kind of just keep scooting back one vertebra at a time. This might cause some deformation in the ribs, but we can clean that up afterwards. And since this model is on the monstrous side, it's okay if there's a little bit of messiness or imperfection. There we are. Oh, Alexander is here. Hi, you are the requester, so it's always nice when you tune in. Thanks for the support and the awesome request. Looks great. How do you suggest to break it up into post printing to turn into damaged skeleton variations? You know, I was thinking about that. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pose it solid like this with all the pieces. But I kept reading your request this morning actually, and I'm like, this isn't quite what you asked for because it's not incomplete. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna finish the model and then I'm gonna hit auto groups like this, and then check this out. I can go through and I can manually delete pieces of geometry. Hope this makes sense. So I can kind of get rid of maybe even this section of wing. So he's got one small wing and one big wing. So what I'm trying to say is that I think I'm gonna just offer two different versions. I can do a version that even has like the bottom jaw missing. Let me know what you think about that. So yeah, here we go. That's looking a bit more incomplete, and we can even remove that arm entirely, kind of like that. So yeah, I was thinking of having a version like this, and then doing another version with a full skeleton. To best match your request. Though I do love that you're like, hey, how can I do that myself? I love the ownership, but if I can, I'd like to just do it for you. I'm really glad that you joined the stream because I was reviewing your request again this morning and I was even thinking about that. I'm like, this isn't quite what you asked for. Very close and awesome, but it's not missing any pieces. So I think a 2 version will be the best thing here. Alexander said that works for me. Fantastic, everybody wins. I thought this model was going to come out a lot more fragile. This is going to be a pretty darn sturdy 3D print still, considering it's a skeleton. I'm also going to be wrapping it around this like rock spire, kind of like this. So it's going to be pretty sturdy. I'm gonna consider this good for the first pass. We'll still need to do another pass to pose here, but this is a pretty good starting point. I'm gonna do one more adjustment to the neck here to make him even more rounded. And I need to attach that head to his neck, as of now it's not quite connected. All right, got some more work to do here, but I'm pretty happy with the starting pose on this, and we're about 30 minutes in, so we're right on schedule too. That's always nice. All right, let's go ahead and do that tail trick I was talking about earlier. So I'm actually gonna unpose it first. There we go. So it's perfectly straight, and I'm going to roughly position it where it belongs, somewhere about here. I'm going to go ahead and duplicate it in case I don't like the results of this trick I'm going to try here. All right, and we're going to use a bend curve modifier. Let's see how this does. Nope. All right, well, it's on the wrong axis, so let's try it again. This needs to be as straight as possible for this to work well. I think it's working. There we go. That's so much easier. It gives me a lot more flexibility than taking every single vertebra and carefully, slowly moving them one by one. All right, I need to move this a lot closer to the model. Oops. There we go. So I'm looking from the top and the bottom view, just making sure that we are all in position. There we go. And there's some deformation on this, and the way they can fix that is just by clicking on each node and grabbing this orange cone and slowly spinning it around. That's just preventing any of that unnecessary bend and twisting deformation. I think that looks pretty good. Let's go ahead and move on to another part of the model. Eric, I read your comment. I want these wings to be pretty like upright. Otherwise, they're gonna be a huge pain to print. So this will make it a lot easier. Again, thank you guys for hanging out with me on this stream. Making some really good progress here. If you're having a good time, make sure to like the live stream. It really makes a difference. All right, I think we're gonna need to pose these wings a bit too, and kind of like collapse one of them, bend it down a bit. We're at a pretty good starting point here. I think this is going to be like the focal point of the model. We still have a lot of work to do here. I have this curve here that's kind of breaking the model, so let me show it to you. Let me hide these wings. Here we go. So it's an interesting curve that I have. It comes up and down. It's kind of like a bimodal distribution. But I don't think it reads super well. So I'm trying to think of how I want to just put this curve all the way down. Hey, Volt the robot is here. Welcome, you are new. Always good to have someone new popping in. Today we're making a skeleton dragon. I actually started this stream yesterday. There we go. Usually I will start and finish a model in the same stream. But this one was a bit more involved, so gave myself 2 days to knock this one out. Everything I design on stream was actually a request from someone who supports me on Patreon. I feel very lucky that this is what I'm able to do for a living, and I really enjoy it. All right, let's get into a bit of a stronger silhouette here. I don't really like that toenail very much. All right, it's coming together. And then Eric says, wait, what? That's actually really cool. I'm assuming ZBrush assigns the individual models to a vector line that allows the model to curve relative. Yep, that sounds pretty accurate, that's my understanding of how it works. Yeah, there's a lot of different like array functions and just generally cool stuff in ZBrush. So rather than fixing this curve I mentioned that's kind of like the bimodal graph, I've decided that instead I'm going to lean into it and kind of let that work for me. Right now I'm trying to kind of fine-tune this pose here, get some nicer shapes, some nicer curves, all while trying not to be too picky about each little deformation because I want to make sure I'm keeping the big picture in mind. I think these giant feet need that back claw on them. But once I have the rock under this, it's probably not going to matter. So instead, I'm just going to make sure I kind of throw a joint in there. Just a hard line so it makes it clear on what's happening. Alrighty. You guys are cracking me up in the chat. Y'all are pretty self-sufficient today, having good little conversations in there. I like it. All right, this angle is looking pretty darn good. It is a 3D model though, so I'll need to start spinning this around and making sure that it makes sense from every angle. Just had to make sure that I had at least one side that was making sense. These horns are not symmetrical. Y'all are being so silly in the chat. Love me some wholesome conversation. And Volt asks, is it ZBrush? Yes, it is. I've been using this full time for about 5 years now. And then Eric mentioned she also gives lessons. Yep, I am she. I also teach. I have any of that information. It's all linked in the description. Eric, you've been quite the little ambassador today. I'm unofficially deeming you the mascot. And then Alexander put in a donation. Is that $1 or $100? Thanks for taking the extra time, my request. Is that 100 or is that 1? No, that's 100. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. That is, thank you so much. That's a big deal. Yeah, my husband's all shocked face. I really appreciate that. That makes a huge impact. It really does. It really, really does. And yeah, you also had an awesome request, so I'm just kind of blown away right now. Goodness, I've never had like a donation like that before. Like, I know I do this full time and stuff, and so I make a living, but I had to keep rereading it. I'm like, I know where numbers are. I was like, maybe it's 10. No, it's 5 zeros with decimal 20, so 100. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. And yeah, this thing's gonna rock. At this point, I'm like, how many versions you want? I'll do 10. I kind of mentioned this earlier, but today is like my Friday stream as well, so I don't know. It just makes my Friday that much sweeter. I'm definitely getting myself a little treat after this now. I'm gonna get a coffee. We have a really, really cute coffee house that's down the street. Well, we live in the country, so down the street is like 20 minutes into town, but like down the street. And it's such a cute little cafe, and the coffees are like $4, but they're just like little treats, you know what I mean? So maybe I'll go down there after this and get myself a little coffee as a little celebration. And Eric said your request is so cool. Yeah, Alexander has really good taste. Alexander's also, remember I did that slad? So it was a draconic hybrid too. So we went from like that little guy, like the little tadpole, and then the different variations. That was really fun to stream too. I am so blown away by the generosity of that. 'Tis the season. Definitely made my day better. I hope everyone tuning in that y'all kind of see that little act of kindness, and maybe y'all do something sweet for someone in your life today too. Doesn't have to be handing out $100 bills, but it doesn't hurt. Alexander, at this point, this is a full commission at this point. In that case, I'll take a few broken varieties, well. Yeah, absolutely. My goodness. Thank you. Jeez. I am like blown away. I'm gonna have to take a little break here and like recompose. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate that. So Ricky and I actually did all of our Christmas shopping last night, kind of like going into like Black Friday deals and that kind of stuff. So unintentionally, you just paid for all of the Christmas presents for my family and my husband. That happened to be the exact amount pretty much, so. And your own model that you're, you know, endorsing too, but thank you. My God, goodness. Eric, Alexander engaging in child behavior. Yeah, no kidding, this is a big stream for me. Thank you. Pat says same thing, Alexander MVP. And then Eric also mentioned, also proud to be the unofficial mascot as I rather procrastinate my homework and engaging in the stream. Yeah, I think I'm gonna promote you. So we got our MVP now, and then we got our unofficial mascot, which is Eric. And yeah, so Eric mentioned, I think it looks cool without the wings because it looks like an awesome drake, like Lich or something. Yeah, well at this point, this model's been paid for like 10 times over. So we're probably going to really have a fun time with this now. Because again, my time is paid for the day times 10. So we're gonna have some more variations of this. This is gonna be a fun one. I was also thinking it'd be interesting to take this unposed one and kind of just keep it unposed and hide some parts of it. So you could actually print it small, and it'd be a really cool desk decoration, but two, it would also be kind of like a, you know, like Night at the Museum kind of thing. I guess just a normal museum, but I was thinking of Night at the Museum with the articulating T-Rex. So I think that'd be cool too. And then, yeah, Ricky talking to Alexander, you're really too kind, thank you. Yeah, that's a big deal. And yeah, he mentioned Hot Wheels, all the Hot Wheels at that point. Taylor says, just hopped in. My immediate impression was, wow, it's amazing what a quality pose can add. Yeah, no kidding. And Eric asking, what are you getting? Yeah. I think, well, I'm not gonna spoil what I got you for Christmas, honey, on live stream. But you'll find out, you know, in about a month. A month to the day, actually, I think. But no, seriously, the generosity has me kind of speechless, and I especially love that because, again, these models go to my entire Patreon community, so a lot of people are going to benefit from that. At this point, this is going to be a whole little collection of this cool guy. So yeah, it's going to be pretty awesome. Man, yeah, the pose really strengthened this a lot. Maybe we'll do a couple. I saved the T-pose version here too. I actually saved it as a subtool because I figured all these dragon parts would be really interesting to decorate like some altars and stuff. I mean, it's already looking pretty darn strong, y'all. And then Eric says, were you the one who has the earlier printer reviews? And if you're talking to Ricky, yes, Ricky was earlier on the channel. And yeah, yes, that is me. I no longer have fun hair color though. Now I'm rocking a mullet. Yes. A couple of years ago, Ricky was like, it was a joke. He's like, for 4th of July, I want to be decked out all in the American flag and I want to grow out a mullet. And I was like, okay. And then he's never lost it. He's had the mullet ever since. I actually quite like it. I think it suits him really well. Wow, this model looks really cool. Oh, also, I don't know how I forgot this, but I was so blown away by it. We're gonna just like, I literally have a thing that celebrates stuff like this. Bam, we're confettiing. I'm not gonna leave up the whole stream because that'd be obnoxious, but I think it's worth having some confetti up. One, because the model is awesome, and two, to kind of celebrate, one, Eric being an unofficial great mascot, but most importantly, the very, very generous donations from Alexander. I'm also looking at the underbody texture here, and I'm kind of, look how funny he looks without anything on it. This really cracks me up. I think that there's a couple ways I can approach this underbody here too. One of the things I can do is add a noise modifier, which is actually another really cool technique you can do in ZBrush. Let me go to noise, and I can kind of show you guys what I'm talking about here. I want it to be subtle though, because the highlight here is this bone anatomy that I've created. Here you go. So here's an example of that modifier on here. Eric, I'd probably get a kick out of this if you were interested in the, here we go, in the modifiers I did earlier. So yeah, you can actually change the scale of this and then wrap this new texture around the body. If you want controls over the seams, that's where UV mapping comes in, if you guys have ever heard of that before. I just think this would be something nice on the underbody here to kind of catch the paint. Again, this needs to be a very wash-friendly paint job, otherwise I won't be able to paint it. Voxel's here. Hello, welcome back. Looking good. And then Eric says, I wish you had some more of those. And he's talking about our 3D printer reviews. They seem really fun. They're obviously production side nightmare to set up. You know, it's actually not too bad, and I'm glad that you want more of those because we actually talked to Lego and they're sending us some more printers to review and stuff. So there are actually going to be some more coming out very soon. I think Ricky's almost done with the Bamboo Labs. Volt says, how do you think the wings would print? What would the supports look like? Would it print better as separate pieces? A lot of really good questions there. So let's kind of tackle those one by one. First thing, these wings are going to see a little bit more love before that we're done. There's one really cool trick here. Let me go ahead and pause the chat, or not chat, the ads. Okay, so one thing that would be beneficial is I can go in with my move brush and backface mask, and then check this out. If I'm very careful here, I can click and drag, and look at how much more material I can add. And from the front, it doesn't even look too chunky. It still looks very, very elegant, and I pretty much just tripled the material right there. So that's one trick that I'll do. Another one that I will do is, as I am fine-tuning this pose, we're gonna tighten up some structural things here. Do you see how close that this point of the wing is to touching his pelvis bone? So I'm talking about this point right here. I'm trying to mask that. See how close that is right here? So I'll make some of these things touch, so I'll actually have 2 points of contact. Though, I can also offer these keyed, and depending on the orientation, if it doesn't fit on the printer well, I'll go ahead and key these as well. And again, my goodness, this model is so funded for at this point. So we probably will offer some keyed versions as well. then Taylor says, if the dragon's anatomy is an exoskeleton, does that mean it's a bug? This is like the question, like, are hot dog sandwiches or cake or some dumb question like that? Yes, technically it's a bug because it's a huge exoskeleton. And then Eric says, Steph is looking forward to the model. I'm glad. And then Eric said, yes, I did get a kick out of the mapping. Yeah, isn't that neat? Just kind of like a fun little thing. Again, thank you guys for being here. I really appreciate it. Hey, Paint Minis Live is here. First time here. This looks great. Very happy to see a sculptor taking painting in consideration. Oh, absolutely. I mean, part of it is because this is my full-time job, so I like to do my best. But also, I'm a terrible painter. So if I can't just slap like contrast paints on there, I can't freehand anything, which is very ironic. I'm trying to get better. So this is the baler that I actually just have some contrast paints on, and that's it. There is dry brushing. Terrible dry brushing. Again, I'm getting better. So I have to make myself very paint friendly for me. And then Pat says, a dragonfly then. Yeah, perhaps, perhaps. Yeah, before I forget, I am gonna kind of adjust these wings here and make sure that they're touching. There we go. So I love this for two reasons. One, it's more structurally sound. Two, it looks awesome. And three, we still have some really interesting fragile elements that also complement this spine arch we have here. So at this point, I really want to cement in this pose that we have, but I also want to start blocking out some of the structure it's going to be sitting on top of, because this is pretty much going to be like a diorama piece. So to do some quick rocks here, all I'm going to do is take this cube and we're going to flatten some edges using the Trim Dynamic brush. Now we'll go in with geometry and clay polish. And we're going to squish that down. And now we have some rocks that we can just roughly start blocking out a shape here. I'm going to turn off perspective. And we're going to start creating a structure here. I really want this to be an easy 3D print because it's, one, it's awesome, but two, I've had a lot of people join my Patreon recently and support me, and a lot of them are brand new to 3D printing. And I know they're gonna see the skeleton dragon and be like, that's what I want to print. And I'm like, that's like the hardest thing you could pick. So we're going to help everybody out. And we're going to create something that's gonna be a win-win across the board. Again, we're not too worried about these rocks being perfect right now. We're kind of just finding what this shape and what this diorama is going to look like. So we have a rock tower here. We're gonna go ahead and duplicate it and create another tower back here. And then maybe we'll add some crystal effects, or maybe a couple embedded skulls is just like a nice little detail. There we are. I think it'd be nice too if this was just sitting on a large, let's go ahead and rectangle trim this. There we are. Here we go. More texture is the better, and that's what's really going to give this that diorama piece. And again, it's more fun for painters. Alright, so that's kind of what this custom base is going to look like. I was actually planning on doing this custom base before the super generous donations, but this feels even more worth it now. And then it looks like Sparky says, I have to force myself away and get some sleep. Have a great rest of the stream, everyone. Absolutely, sleep well, and I'm going to try to join your stream later tonight, but it's also my Friday night, so it's possible that I'm not going to tune in this time, but I'll probably be there one of these times, so good luck. And then Taylor says, this is not a sculpting request per se, but something that could really be educational is seeing you sculpt the human anatomy from scratch with all your commentary explaining your approach. I should do that. I actually have it written down in my notes. It's funny you mentioned that because, again, I have so many new students like yourself that are also joining my live streams. And I think you guys seeing me block out the anatomy of a human from scratch would be very, very helpful. So it is in the works. I will probably do that. I've done enough creatures, my goodness, but I know it's not quite the same as seeing like a humanoid evolving from scratch. And then Paint Minis Live. I'm going to call you just Paint. Hello, Paint. Paint says, how important is knowledge of biology in your works? Very important. Do you use a lot of medical drawings and such? Yes. As references, or is it more logical imagination when putting bones together? No, it's a lot of medical books and stuff. Actually, two things here. One, I need to take a break. Two, you guys are asking really good questions. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a small break here. Feel free to start flooding in some questions if you guys have them, because it's going to double up my break anyway. And then someone new is here. I'm going to call you Shaky. Base isn't flat on the bottom. Nope, it's not. That'll be something we can take care of during post-processing. Alrighty. So we're going to go ahead and put 5 minutes on here. Let's get this bigger and over here. It's actually setting it for 30 minutes, but I know when it'll be at 5. So I'm going to show you one of the books that I use for references. It's very, very important. I'll be right back. Alright, so I'm back. So two things here. Let me go ahead and make my camera a bit bigger. This book has actually been used as a textbook recently for a lot of colleges, but this is Anatomy for Sculptors. It's designed for sculptors, but again, it's just basic anatomy and stuff. But you can see I have my like tabs in here because I'm always taking notes. So here are some good references in here. Make sure I'm not grabbing anything that has, again, it's anatomy, so there's a lot of nudity in this, go figure, which I cannot show on stream. But it kind of shows like the block out process for like a skull, but also all of the pieces and bones that comprise the skull. It's not just for that though, it's the entire body. Again, where is a page where there's not nudity? There we go. So yeah, this is really helpful too because it color codes all the different muscle groups. So I spend a decent amount of my free time looking at anatomical references and even like medical journals. It's very, very helpful. And then Pixel says, oh hi, you messaged me recently again on Instagram. If you have any questions, let me know. This is a great time to ask. Pixel says, have you thought about adding other software like Character Creator into your workflow for quickly blocking out humanoid style characters? I have thought about it, but one, I use a Mac, so I couldn't use Character Creator if I wanted to. And two, I've created almost like 1,000 characters and creatures over the last 5 years, and your girl is fast. I am really, really fast at blocking stuff out, and I find it more helpful to just do it myself, and I find that it strengthens my own artistic eye and ability instead of relying on a software to help me out. Obviously, this whole tool is helping me out as it is, but I tried to structure the way that I sculpt in a way that causes me to improve more and more, as opposed to have more and more tools to smooth out that process, if that makes sense. Good question though. Eric says, more good questions. How does the updating of ZBrush sort of affect the tutorials and lessons, and how often do you consider updating them? Very, very good question. I bought the perpetual license for ZBrush in 2022. If you guys have really good eyesight, you can look way up here above my flaming logo. It says 2022. So thankfully, the updates for ZBrush do not change the UI. They simply add more features. So that means that perhaps when you go under render, there might be a couple more lines here or more drop-down menus, but it doesn't actually affect the structure. YouTube told me that some ads were inserted, so I'm taking a small pause here because some of you will see me and some of you will not. I'm not sure how long these ads are, but anyway, if you're hanging out with me here, thank you guys so much for being here. It's obviously been a kind of monumentous stream. I've never had donations like that before, so that was a big deal. I still keep glancing at them and I'm like, that's a lot of zeros. Oh my goodness. Thank you. I was already putting my heart and soul in this model, but I feel very supported and very seen. If you guys haven't already, like the stream. If you want to hang out with me again, make sure you subscribe. It's the easiest way to keep in touch. I do have my schedule on stream below me, but I have a terrible memory, and unless I follow a lot of creators too, and I could never remember the schedules, so I just set notifications. And then Pixel says, so you haven't updated Max on ZBrush? Nope. I was gonna ask if you've tried ZBrush for iPad. No, I have not, but I'm already toying with having to buy that subscription because, again, I have so many new students and I really want to provide my best for them. In order to do that, I need to see what the ZBrush iPad version looks like. And I do have an iPad, so I might as well. I work hard and I work a lot, and having ZBrush on my iPad might make me just work even more, but I do love what I do. I really do. And I have a pretty darn good work ethic after doing this for 5 years, which doesn't mean just work harder. It means taking healthy breaks like I am now and that kind of stuff. And then Pixel says, because I also did the perpetual license for ZBrush, as I was bummed they no longer support it. Yeah, they no longer support it because they were just bought by a different company. It hasn't affected me at all. The only tools I've really seen them add is like the ooze bridge, which is cool, but kind of useless and niche. So, yeah. Very good questions, though. Alrighty, that was about my 5 minutes of questions. I'm now going to take a actual break and stretch for a little bit. I'll be back. So it's currently 12. I'll be back by 12:10 p.m. at the latest. I might be back a little bit earlier. Just depends if I get a snack or not. Again, thank you guys for being here so much. If you're enjoying the stream, leave a like. If you're really digging it, I encourage you to subscribe. All right, I'll see you guys in about 10 minutes. Thanks for being here. a little bit early. I just didn't end up needing the full 10 minutes. Mostly just wanted to find my hat and get some more stuff to drink. And then Eric says, I'm hoping I get my teaching certificate or certifications. I can add the added thing where you can teach stuff like this and 3D printing and such. It is such a blast. It's really fun, and I find that most people pick it up pretty quickly too. It's just like a game of time, like how much time can you put into it. So yeah. All right. Let's scoot on up here and let's get sculpting. Oh, this model's gonna rock. Feeling really excited. I always want to ask you guys what music you're listening to, but you're probably not if you're listening to my stream. I'm always listening to some sort of lo-fi. I wouldn't say it's my favorite genre of music, but whenever I'm working, it is my go-to. I can't have anyone with like lyrics or words. It just like totally clogs up my brain. Right now I'm listening to Zach Ross. Highly recommend them. They do a lot of like piano mixed lo-fi stuff. It's really nice. Alrighty. Well, this is looking pretty awesome. I am really excited about this. Let's get a new timer up here. I find spacing things out in 30-minute increments really helps me. All right, there we are. So right now I'm kind of spacing these apart so they make the most sense and it's still complementing the model itself. And then Eric says, Vincent's like, I need to say what music I'm using for my background because it works really well for D&D. Yeah, all the music I play on stream is from Epidemic Sound. Let me go over here. Streamer. Here we go. It's one of these. It's either Modern Enigma from Spectacles, Wallet, and Watch, or it's Placid Tundra. It's one of those two. I'm not sure which one, truthfully. Well, it says, I was listening to Craftsman Music to Craft by Volume 1, and I saw your live on the side. Oh, no kidding. Yeah, YouTube has been doing a really good job at not just so much promoting like my streams across the platform, but specifically with people that have similar interests. That's been really nice. When the algorithm works, it works. So that's pretty cool. And that's the only reason why I'm telling you guys, like, oh, like the stream and that kind of stuff. Like, a small part of me dies because it feels kind of cheesy, but it really does help me meet more of y'all, so it works out. I have been super impressed by the community on YouTube, though. Again, I've been active on social media pretty much since I started this full time in 2019. But I found the most like consistent audience and people that are not just like-minded, but like interest here, which has been really nice. All right, I think it'd be really cool if these rocks better staggered. But I don't want to fine tune these too much until I have more of the model finished. I say that as I start to fine tune it. I can't help myself. And then this will need one more rock, kind of like as a structural piece, because these are some pretty wicked overhangs. Let's go ahead and rotate it for a little bit more variation, and then stuff a couple small rocks in here. There we are. I'm gonna grab this rock on the bottom, go ahead and split as a mask point, and then we're gonna kind of add some more balancing to this, because again, this is kind of like a diorama piece at this point. And I think it'd be nice to kind of have some stacked rocks on the side here that you can either paint as rocks or they would double really well as crystals. All right, that's some really, really solid progress. Let's go ahead and apply this texture that I've added this body here because I like it a lot and it really suits the model well. Got a bit of like a funny dragon butt situation going on here, so we're gonna go ahead and clean that up. But first, ZBrush is having a bit of a fit. Come here. There we go. Just gonna fix up these lines and planes with Trim Dynamic and Dam Standard. We don't want to spend too much attention. It's not exactly a focal point of the model, but I always like to make sure that all my details are crisp. Kind of having a really peaceful, quiet day here, so if you guys have any questions, feel free to ask. If not, I'm kind of just going to hang out and get to work. Add some interesting textures on the underside of this neck here. And I finally have an excuse to use a technique in ZBrush that I pretty much never get to use. So if you look up right now, I can go ahead and show it to you. So there's two steps for this. You have a starting point, and then you pick an ending point. Go to your stroke menu, and I believe it's under modifiers. Well, I can't remember where this is located. This won't work if I don't know where it goes. Essentially, it's an interpolation function. Oh, here it is. It's not under a menu, so I always forget. So click on interpolate, and there you go. It just auto-populates between your starting point and your ending point, and it tries to duplicate those textures the best that it can. Pretty neat. I'm gonna go through with Dam Standard and just manually carve out some of these lines because I do like the asymmetry that it provides. Again, speaking of awesome textures to paint, this would be one of them. I have to reduce the stroke count here because it's in a smaller area. It's about half, so we'll do 5 strokes instead of 10. There we are. Let's see how that's looking. Yeah, isn't that like a nice bit of detail hiding under there? That'd pick up a wash really, really nicely. And then a wash is just, so mini paints are a bit different than normal paints, like acrylics, just basic acrylics. They're a lot thinner. And a wash is even thinner than that. And it's really just meant to sit in little cracks like this, not necessarily provide like coverage, but to kind of provide almost like, think like ambient occlusion, like shadowing. It's pretty much all of my talent as a painter lies in washes. Right now I'm adding more of a blend to this texture I just added by going with Dam Standard and adding a few more sculptural details. Kind of going through here, and I'm not trying to exactly trace the line I already have here. I'm trying to be slightly off of it to give a little bit more dimension and kind of like a messier look. I'm going to go ahead and split this main skull piece separate from the rest of it. That way I can kind of focus on these in pieces. Because this needed a bit more resolution, but the horns didn't. So instead of adding resolution to the whole thing being kind of bogged down, I can just control this one area. Again, I'm very transparent with all my processes. So if you're watching and you're kind of curious how anything's getting done, let me know. Happy to share. Adding more volume on the teeth here. There we are. Beautiful. And now we're kind of coming through some of these lines here a bit more confidently. And again, this is all for painting and 3D printing purposes. If you're super, super careful, you can always you can do a lot with painting by hand, but these are usually printed in tabletop scale, so they're very small, and it can be very difficult and tedious to try to manually map in a lot of these details. So it's best to have these really confident creases throughout your model for paint to lie. So anywhere where I want there to be a shadow or really just a confident line, that's what I'm focusing on right now. I'm also coming in with my H polish brush to really flatten up some of the planes here. Excellent. is really cool that this horn is kind of intersecting through the neck, but that's kind of like a gory detail that I'm not intentionally doing. So we're gonna go ahead and split that into its own piece, and then we're gonna move that over. There we go. Before and after. Beautiful. I'm so happy with how clear and sharp the forms are coming out on this. It's looking really awesome. Go ahead and add some texture to this mound that he's sitting on as well. I think someone new is here. Clever Ghost. Hi and welcome. I literally just clicked on your channel randomly and I'm completely amazed by your work. Awesome job. Oh, thank you. I really appreciate when like just brand new people come in and just like boom, little like bit of positivity. That's so nice. Thank you. Thank you very much. If you have any questions on what I'm doing, I'm an open book, so let me know. I also teach people how to use ZBrush, so I'm very, very used to answering questions about the software and all that kind of good stuff. I've been doing this professionally for about 5 years. So right now I'm going through and just kind of adding some volume to the edges of the wing here to make sure it's as sturdy as possible. I don't really have any fine detail textures on the wing quite yet. I will decide more of that when I get there. But for now, I want to texture this mound a bit. And the Clever asks, do you resin or FDM printing? I do both, and I like when people ask because I have prints for both. 1 second. So when I do FDM stuff, I tend to print really big. So I have a gigantic mini here that is now not so mini. And then I actually have a mini-sized mini. It's actually a gnome. It's a gnome bard, and he has bagpipes. Very small. So yeah, I do both. On my next break, I'll probably do some close-ups of these. I started off just designing for FDM because 5 years ago, resin really wasn't in the game. But in my recent years, I do more resin-based stuff. But I really try to put a lot of thought and consideration to make sure my models are friendly to print on either. This guy is definitely, he's not even easy for resin. So I'm putting a lot of time into this model to make sure that it's going to be not just resin friendly, but probably FDM. And that's why I'm being really clever here with the way that I'm placing these rock structures underneath it. And it also kind of has like a little body. This reminds me of Zero from Night Before Christmas. Anyway, that way it's still a skeleton dragon, but very, very sturdy and secure and printable. Clever says, I just got into it myself. Welcome to the hobby. I just bought and repaired the +4. So yeah, minis are awesome. Very cool. And the Clever mentions Draco Lich vibes. Yeah, a lot of people have been saying that. I totally see that. Everything I sculpt on here is designed to be 3D printed. And more than that, they're actually requesting it on Patreon. So it's kind of cool. I get to kind of crowdsource creative ideas pretty much. And then it also pays my bills. So I really couldn't ask for more. I think this texture on the base would be perfect, and it's actually a smaller version of the same noise pattern I applied to that body. So let's go ahead and further modify that texture here by going into my noise palette. Because that's such a small line on there, it's not going to catch paint very well unless you print this really big. So Let's go ahead and bulk that up. There we go. Perfect. Oh, that looks really neat. And I actually like that the spiral started out underneath him. I can move that, but I don't think I need to. I think I like just where it's at. So when I apply it to the mesh, you'll see that it's really pixelated here, and that's because I don't have enough resolution in order to make that happen. So let's just add more resolution. If I hit Command D, it will subdivide my entire mesh here. Looking better. Let's do it one more time. There we go. That's nice and crispy as I wanted. It also applied texture to the bottom, so that's kind of why I need so much resolution. Obviously, I don't need that on the bottom, so we're gonna like doop. We're just gonna flatten that out. Very cool. And I can go through this now and with my sander brush and start adding some more secondary forms to this material. This will make the rocks look like they're actually embedded and make the base not look so perfect. Imperfections are kind of the name of the game whenever you're sculpting anything inorganic. Imperfections can look like a lot of things. It can look like small details, it can look like anything asymmetrical. Excellent. That really starting to bring the model to life here, isn't it? Excellent. Oh, Sent here. Hi. We're working on a very, very cool skeleton dragon here. We started it yesterday and we're just about done with one of the versions right now. I was already planning on doing a couple different versions, and then the requester popped in and gave the stream some very, very generous donations. And so I was already going to do my best, but now I'm like, okay, we're doing my best plus many versions. Which is awesome because not only does the requester get more of what they want, this is also going to benefit everyone that supports me on Patreon as well, because I'm going to share this as like a big pack for everyone to enjoy, which makes me very happy. Kind of like a little early Christmas present for everyone. Right now I'm taking some time to make sure all the bones fit where I want them to. Like this collarbone needs to fit on the base of the neck. And I think it's kind of neat to have this sternum bone longer than it should be, and then also take this end here and kind of make it like a spade dish-like shape. Just makes the whole model look a little spookier. Your sternum bone is not this sharp. But you're also not a dragon, so. Oh yeah, I have it not quite in the right position either. So let's go ahead and bend this sternum bone and ribcage. It doesn't need to line up perfectly, but it was a little more off-center than I wanted it to be. And I think it'd be neat if I keep this cavity at the neck pretty concave. Very cool. Awesome. That is so cool. Something that'd be really, really cool if you guys 3D print this is to put a little LED right in this chest cavity here. How cool would that be? Especially if you print this in like a translucent resin, that would be awesome. I might have to do that. And then Patinae Prince is here. Hello. Patinae Prince, you're the only person where I say the whole name. I don't know why. Everyone else I abbreviate, but for you, there's like a ring to it. Patinae Prince. I don't know. So this rock tower here looks like it'd fall over, so we're gonna kind of just wedge in another piece of geometry here to kind of stabilize this rock tower and add some more visual interest at the same time. And kind of pull that into the base. Very cool. And then Patinae says the little mat works too. I could just call you Matt. I guess I wouldn't have any way of knowing that, other hands. I'm gonna call you Nathan, and no one will know who I'm talking to, and that's okay. I'm pretty darn good with names, so let's see if I remember that. This is really awesome, guys. I am so proud of the silhouette line here. So something I like to do with my models is turn them pitch black like this, and then turn off perspective, and we can really see how clearly this model reads, even though you don't have any other information other than the silhouette here. And this rock is cracking me up because it's, let's fix you. You can see exactly what this model is. That's really, really important. It's kind of like just one of those like fundamentals of good design. So it feels like I passed. Thank you guys for being here and supporting the stream. It means a lot. I'm doing this full time for a while, but being able to share my craft on stream has been a lot of fun. And the more I do it, the more I enjoy it, honestly. I definitely felt pressure to talk and be like as entertaining as possible the first few times that I streamed. And now I'm like, if I don't have anything to say, I just don't talk. And it's not a big deal. Pretty much every couple of minutes or so, someone pops in, has a really good question or a really kind thing to say, and it's kind of like a dual effort. It's nice. I don't feel like I have to do it all by myself. Right now I'm tucking the material of the neck just down a touch here to expose the vertebra even more. I'm also going to hide the neck, just showing this vertebra on the neck. Go to geometry and clay polish, and that's just going to give me a slightly harsher edge. There we go. It's kind of hard to see the before and after. It looks darn near the same, but that will really affect the way paint holds on those edges. I'm just really proud of myself for designing a skeleton dragon that is not going to be a nightmare to 3D print. Because there's so much material and volume here still. Again, there's an entire like dragon body sitting under this. So right now I'm just paying some extra attention on the tail here because all of these are going to require supports, and I don't want them to be so thin that they just kind of like break off. In this case, small breaks and damage might actually make the model look even more interesting, but I still want to avoid that as much as possible. Absolutely beautiful. All right, let's start getting these wings 3D print ready. Most of this is just going to involve increasing the volume, which I will do with inflate modifier. So here's the before, here's the after, and as well as my move and back face mouse trick. But I'm also going to be spending some special care kind of looking over the design and making sure there's no major issues I think need to be amended. That's pretty solid. I like it. All right, now I want to like address these little globs here and add some sort of texture to them. So 2 things here. We're gonna split the globs into their own piece. And then we're gonna take this one, we're gonna add some more resolution to it. And I'm probably gonna go over this with the clay polish modifier as well. That's going to reduce some of the volume that I just gave this model, but it's going to give a little more of a crisp look, so I can find a happy medium between the two. Very nice. And I actually have some alphas I can use on this too to kind of add some more like bone weathering look. I need to be really careful when I do that though, so let me do that with see if I can get that to work with a noise modifier instead, because I don't want to distort the back of the mesh. I'm using a lot of noise modifiers for this model. Alright, another 30 minutes down, making really good progress. It's like another 30 minutes on the clock, and then we'll probably reconvene and maybe take a little break. I like that texture. Let's see how it's actually going to lay on the mesh. It's really, really fine, not really perceptible, so let's increase the strength. That's better. Yeah, it's pretty nice. It doesn't really match the rest of the model though, is my only concern. So it really depends how I want to texture the entire model. Thinking. I think going in by hand might be the better choice here, and then just being very, very careful with backface mask turned on as well, so that way I'm not tearing through the backside of the mesh. Alright, I'm pretty happy with that texturing. Now let's go in and see how we want to handle these blobs here. I'm gonna go with standard and drag rectangle, and I have a couple of these alphas that I like to use for moss. Yeah, something kinda like that. You know what? I think I have the perfect thing that I want. And then Eric says, I'm back. I fixed it. What broke? Yeah, I think that texture, that's perfect. That's what we're gonna want. So first thing I'm gonna do is dynamesh these blobs here. I'm remeshing them to make sure I don't have any weird mesh errors and to make sure the topology is even across it. If it's not, then what you do is you kind of end up with this stretched look when you're adding textures to it, and we're not wanting that. And then Eric says, hello, new friends. Your stream wasn't working for me. Oh no, well, I'm glad that you fixed it. We've got to have our mascot. It's kind of throwing some of this like decaying flesh texture on here. I'm not even sure if I'm going to keep it, but just as a starting point. It's a little too blobby. I can fix that up by going in with my pinch brush. I'm also going to have mask by polygroups turned to 100, and that will allow me to only affect one piece of this submesh at a time, also called polygroups. Essentially, it's like subtools within a subtool. Eric says, I'm back to my mascot thing and engaged with the chat. Thank you, Eric. Chris says, good evening. Goodness, good evening, Mia and everyone. Yeah, good evening, Chris. It's been a really nice, comfortable, good stream, and we're making really good progress in the skeleton dragon here. Pretty happy with this wing. It's all nice and detailed. Let's go ahead and merge some of these groups down. I'm pretty sure I can have all of this detail without having as many polys as we do. So let's see if I can reduce that to 1/3, and I'm gonna duplicate and mirror this wing to replace the wing behind it that doesn't have all that nice detail on it yet. Looking good. So we're going to duplicate, mirror, and now we're going to fit it to the other wing here as good as possible. Pretty close, almost perfect. Looking good. I'm going to delete the wing underneath it, and we're in business. Beautiful. Chris says, dragon looks really dope. Nice pose. Thank you. I think the space here looks a little too perfectly like a smooth blob. So right now I'm going to kind of fix that and kind of roughen up the edges a bit. There we go. I might even go a step further and taper the bottom so it tucks underneath itself. Excellent. That kind of adds the illusion to height. Also makes it a little easier to play with on tabletop, and makes it easier to remove from the build plate if you print flat on the build plate like I do. Running in with a taper brush here to kind of give an even nicer organic edge. There we go. Excellent. I might not eat this piece anymore, actually. Yep, I think it's just distracting the silhouette, so it's gone. Yeah, this might be one of the best dragons I've ever made. Safe to say. So I'm just going over the wings, kind of over and over again to make sure they have lots and lots of volume. Making sure that the wing connections here taper is a nice little trick to make them more structurally sound without kind of compromising this like fragile look they have. Hey, Oshi's here, welcome back. Oshi says, dragon's looking amazing. Have you ever thought about putting a little 6x2mm hole in the bottom to be able to fit a magnet in? Just curious. No, I haven't actually. Would that allow it to like lock into like your terrain system maybe? I've had people mention magnets to me as far as modular minis, but each mini I make is so kind of custom and niche. I haven't done that yet. Eric says you could definitely do that with a slicer. Oh, that's true. Absolutely. Slicers are really good. You can like key within a slicer now. I used to have to do that in ZBrush. Now I don't have to anymore. Yeah, T2Box especially. T2Box is the same slicer that I use as well. And then thanks to whoever's sending little hearts. Very cute. I see you. Oh, she says, oh, thanks for the tip, Eric. Yeah, Eric has a lot of good information. He's now, as of today, our unofficial mascot. Eric says, of course. Last path that is just making a quick base in CAD or Blender. Very true. Right now I'm spending a little extra time here making sure these rocks are nice and rock shaped. Looking good. I'm gonna put a couple stones just kind of scattered. I'm a big fan of like tiny little rock towers. If you pay attention to more of my terrain, you'll notice I do this a lot in a lot of my models. And Eric says, have you ever hid little Easter eggs in your minis? Yes, like at the rocks, it's just a tiny logo or meme. It couldn't help if I was you. They're more so like little nods just for me. On the inside of a lot of meshes, sometimes when I'm doing details and like loose work, I'll put M's on everything because my name is Mia. But that's not something you can even visually see. Well, this looks awesome. I am so happy with this model. I'm surprised I didn't move the pose around much after I did it. I thought that'd be kind of like a rough draft, but kind of nailed it. What I had in my head the first time. That always feels good. Right now I'm really taking a lot of care of intention to make sure all these little small things line up. Like his toes are curling around the rock, the rib cage is also touching, any fine details, all that kind of good stuff. And I'm kind of adding just a little bit of wear and tear on some of the bones. Eric says, another question. For us rare folk out there that get some of the Legendary Minis for free, would it be okay to ask for support help from Mr. M3M, or will we have to pay for it Legendary, which it is worth? Oh no, if you wanted like help like printing legendary minis, oh yeah, just ask in the Discord. Absolutely. Since when you make them available, usually the pre-supported aren't done. Oh, that's right. That's right. I didn't think about that. Yeah, no, and especially you. I mean, we can, I don't know. You've been fantastic and like a nice little like highlight in the community too. So there's a couple legendary models. I don't know. Say like if you want to pick like 2 a month that you just like want free supports for, I can just share it with you. I don't mind. But if you want to learn how to just pre-support your own models and stuff, yeah, ask Ricky. He would be absolutely thrilled to help y'all. We actually have a video in the works that's going to detail how we pre-support our models. It's easier than you probably think. And thank you again for the support on Patreon. I really appreciate it. It means a lot. It's pretty accepted in the creative field that your income is going to fluctuate every month. And that does happen with me. But since I have Patreon, like I've never had to worry about like not being able to pay my bills or anything like that because Patreon has always covered it. Let's talk about a gift, what a gift that is. And I get to focus more on making models instead of worrying about money. Eric says, personally, I'm just grateful for the minis. My thoughts were asking. Especially me? Flattered. Yeah, no, seriously. Absolutely. Especially you. You and Steph, both included. I just realized in Discord yesterday that you and Steph have matching, like, avatars. So cute. And I mean, you've put in a hard work of being a mascot today. I mean, that deserves some sort of compensation. All right, y'all, I think this one's pretty much about done. I need to do some more work on the head here. I usually give them like these huge, ridiculous teeth, but in this case, I find the smaller teeth are actually looking quite nice. I do need to bulk them up though, so we're gonna make them bigger in pretty much all directions. There we go. Lovely. And let's make sure, so the tongue here is actually just the head, again, duplicated. But I need to make sure that it's actually attached really firmly to the model, so that way this isn't a pain to print. It's possible this would look better without the tongue because it has a better see-throughness. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and remove that. No tongue. There we go. Eric said you just updated it to match her new hair color. Oh, fun. Which kind of matches yours now that I think about it. Oh, no kidding. I used to dye my hair all the time. I pretty much had my hair every color. I had it pink for a very, very long time. As of now, this is just, I'm finally at my natural color. Corey's here. Morning. We're making quite the epic skeleton dragon here. I think you also tuned in yesterday, Corey, so you know the process, what kind of been doing, but now that it's been posed, looks pretty impressive, if I do say so myself. Again, I was already going to put a lot of work into this model anyway, and then the guy who requested it tuned into the stream and made a bunch of huge, super generous donations. So I went ahead and we're going to do a couple of different versions of it too. But yeah, it's been a really good morning. It's technically my Friday, so I take the next 2 days off. And then all of my Christmas shopping got paid for from a single live stream. So feels good. Good day. Very good day. And I made a killer model and had a really good time hanging out with y'all. So it's been nice. And Corey says, I see he's looking great. Love that base. Thank you. Yeah, this model definitely needed a custom base. This one couldn't just be on a normal base. And Eric says, actually, I think making the base has been a pretty rocky situation. Lame. I say I hate puns, but they literally always make me laugh. Alright guys, we're kind of moving into the post-processing stage here, so coming along. Oh, ZBrush is having a meltdown. How many videos are you going to make of this? Stop. There we go. Meltdown averted. Corey says, yeah, I did hop on yesterday too. I just been lurking more than not recently. Either way, happy to have you here. Eric says, no one actually hates puns. You either hate enjoying them or playfully hate the person making them. Very true. And Chris says, the more a pun hurts, the better it is. Is that not the truth? So here are some small details that kind of make these models special. So I'm going, if you look right now, these horns are rainbow. Very fun, but really just because there's a bunch of polygroups there. So that means if I mask my polygroups, I can go in with my standard brush here. And I can start pulling off a bunch of asymmetrical details and ridges. These kind of moments are what really make a model from being good to being great. Beautiful. So happy with this. Dark Angel is here. I think you're new. Hello. Nice dragon. Thank you. Chris says, now that I think about it, is this dragon an undead? Did he die from something? And then Eric says, we stand gay dragon horns. Yeah, with the rainbow on it. Yeah, it's a skeleton dragon. It's supposed to be like a model, like a reference model almost, like from the Dragonlance campaigns. But I wanted it to be more structural, so I threw this underneath it, this little funny skinny base. That way it's not a nightmare to 3D print, but it still gets all that, you know, dragony goodness. I mean, I guess this could be an undead, or this could be a really, really nice piece in like a fantasy museum. Who knows? Thank you guys again for hanging out with me on a Monday. It's a good time. All right, that was another 30-minute section finished. No gigantic changes on the entire model other than texturing the wings. That being said, we're getting really, really close to being done with this model here. And then we're gonna make our couple different versions and then post-processing, which just means making it ready for 3D printing. So fixing any weird mesh issues, any like clipping areas, all that good stuff. All right. Where are we at in this stream? 2 hours. I like to make my streams about 3 hours, so we're right on schedule. And then Oshi says, you just gave me a great idea for an encounter. What if a necromancer casts Raise Dead in a museum? Ooh, that'd be a fantastic encounter. Heck yeah. And then Eric agrees, amazing. Eric also says, this will be a nightmare to expose and support, but usually the best models are, except for Tobias. I just love him. Is Tobias what you named my little kitsune with flowers? That's so fun. And then this one, as far as supporting goes, so when a model is too awesome, we make sure that it's not legendary only. When it's this epic, this will probably go out to everyone. I like to spoil my legendary patrons, don't get me wrong, but they're already, you know, I try to spoil them by making requests like this. But this model, I don't think is going to get gatekeep to the more expensive tier on Patreon. This will be for everyone. And then Eric said, yes, so that's what you named the kitsune. Very nice. And this really won't be too bad to support. So you're going to need to support the head. The body's pretty much done. These legs don't need supports. This tail is pretty much support free. I'd put one right here. It's really just going to be the wingtips. The wingtips will need supports. And this left wing here, that one's pretty much straight up and down. So you'll be able to connect supports to itself. So all considering, not bad. Corey says, this is the kind of model that makes me want to get back into sculpting. It's so cool. You should, whether or not you're having me teach you or not, just like mess around with it, you know? Maybe just sculpt a little bit each weekend. It's so much fun. All right, guys, I'm gonna take a little break here. I'm gonna stretch, maybe get some more water, and then I'll be back in just a couple minutes. I see a bunch of new people just came in naturally once I want to take a break. Hi, sorry if you just joined and we've gone for about 5 minutes. But if you have any questions, let me know and I'll answer them when I get back. Returning at 1:20 p.m. Eastern Time. All right, thank you. see you guys were good while I was gone. Dirk says, what program are you using? I am using ZBrush. I've been using this full time for about 5 years now. And I love talking about what I do, so if you have any questions at all, please ask. All right. Normally I do more showcases of my 3D prints on my desk and stuff, but this model has a lot of work to go still, so we're gonna focus on this. When I come back to stream on Thursday, I'll probably have a few more breaks and show you guys more what's on my desk, and I'll have more crochet projects to show off as well. So right now I'm going to start adding more material to the base of the skull and jaw. Just makes it as nice and easy to print as possible. Wherever I can add more, I'm going to add more. Nice. It pretty much will look exactly the same, but I know it'll be a lot more sturdy. I like that you guys answer like my questions in the chat as well. It's just nice for people that are like tuning in, or if they miss the answer, that kind of stuff. Also makes me feel like the chat is very self-sufficient, so it's nice. And I feel like I can just kind of like ignore y'all for a bit and just get to work. All right, so we're definitely gonna do a version with and without wings. So we'll label this wings. That'll be kind of step one. Let's go ahead and remesh this. All right, wings look good. One piece, finished. Let's go ahead and address all the rocks. Get all of these remeshed as well. Oh, I'm gonna set my timer for another 30 minutes. And in the next 30 minutes or so, I don't have no specific goal for this one either. I don't want to rush this model, but I want to at least have both of my versions planned. Scared me. Oh my goodness. My husband just walked in to grab something. Hey.
Hey.
I spoke very easily. If any of y'all saw that, I guess you could rewind. Don't rewind. It's just me speaking. I am very skittish. Anything. I've always been like that. In case you're wondering, yeah, I handle scary movies terribly. I don't watch them. I think it's because I'm always kind of like in my own head, kind of just like vibing, having a good time, usually. And so I'm not expecting any changes at any moment. So when they happen, it freaks me out. Chris says, no worries, this will forever be on YouTube. Yeah, it's true. All right, that looks awesome. This rock right here needs a support. Let's go ahead and move this rock over here. Kind of stabilize that a bit better. It just needs something wedged. I'm gonna grab a hair tie really quick. It's been really humid over here and raining, so the hair just gets bigger and bigger. So, one moment. Alright, and we're back. Sometimes I don't mind it, but today, drive me nuts. Alright, back in business. Don't have my hair on my face the entire stream anymore. Perfect. All right, our rocky base isn't falling over anymore. Looks good. Excellent. Really, really happy with this. All right, let me go ahead and save this. And now we're gonna copy and paste the tool. So we have two different versions we can work from. All right. And then both of these versions will have wing and overt wing. So we're looking at tentative 4 versions right now. And if I have extra time, I'll go back and also post-process this model right here to be like a little simple like diorama like model, but like very literal, not like a dramatic diorama, but like something that you'd have like on your desk, or like museum-esque, almost like an anatomical reference. All right, this is going to be the complete version, so I don't need to worry about removing pieces and finding balance there. We just want to make sure that the wings are their own piece, and the rest will merge down. And then we'll remesh in segments. If I merge the whole model at once and remesh it, it works about 10% of the time. I forget that every year though, and at least once a year I try to remesh a model all at once on stream, and it never works. And I have to end up spending twice the time trying to fix the mistake I just did and then doing it correctly. I'm waiting for this bar at the top, this little orange bar, to complete. So I'm just kind of waiting here until this is done remeshing. Come on. I might need to estimate this first. Whenever you cancel something in ZBrush, make sure you open your activity monitor or your task manager and just double check that it actually canceled the process, because 50/50 you'll have a CSG boolean just hanging out in the background. Nope, it's doing a good job. Decimation Master is working and using my entire computer. It's actually making it quite mad. Sweet. Brought that down. There's no mesh errors. Let's go ahead and remesh by union. Come on. I got so many steps in my head planned, so waiting for the step right now. I'm like, I know what I want to do next. Let's go. Really doesn't want to. That's fine, I've got tricks. I've got so many tricks. I have been post-processing models in ZBrush for a long time. I'm familiar with all of the little errors and things that it gets mad about. Like, I guarantee that spot right there, that will be one of them. So instead of letting ZBrush get mad about it, let's just remove it entirely. Bam. So I'm just checking for any weird artifacts like this little piece right here. Those will cause problems when remeshing. If you do Boolean operations in ZBrush, it'll tell you where the errors are, but if you're doing anything else, it doesn't tell you. You just have to kind of figure it out. There we go. Looks like remesh by union worked that time. Spoke too soon. Come on. Chris says, the longest time in history, waiting on the pot to boil water and waiting for the computer to load. Right? Like, I realize it's only been like seconds, but come on. I will say it's odd that it's not wanting to remesh here. What are you mad about? I could also just dynamesh the whole thing and then I'd really win. And there we go. Now I'm just gonna sit here and wait. Sweet. This is a big bulk of the model, all ready to go. I haven't decided what scale I want this model to be. Obviously it's a dragon, so it's gonna be large, but how large? Abby, come in here and get your toy. Alright, go. Go. One second. Sweet, that looks good. It looks kind of cool missing a bunch of pieces too. Maybe I'll have like a hard mode version of this print where I don't have the underskeleton on it. Dark says no dial-up gaming. Oh my goodness, I forgot all about that. Yeah, we had a dial-up when I was a kid, when we were in the country. I guess I can't really call it country, it's more like a commercial agriculture, but technically I lived in the center of a bunch of orchards. Eric says, I'm back. What miss? Not too much. We are kind of buttoning up, getting ready for post-processing. I have all my detailing done, and now we're doing the different versions of this model right now. Almost done post-processing this one. Each one of these models will have a winged and a no-winged version. Gonna be pretty sweet. Eric says, every time I come back, Mia's hair is different. Yeah, I've been super fussy with it today, so we're finally just ponytail. It has been cold and humid here, so my hair is neither curly nor straight. It's just poofing. Ah, yes, humidity. Yeah. Now I forget in winter that after I put in leave-in conditioner, I have to put in gel as well, just on the ends. And I forgot to do that today. All right. This is looking awesome. Here it is. we're gonna zoom in here a bunch and then see how much I can decimate this model without losing detail or resolution. Still looking good. We're down to 150. I don't mind going pretty low on this one because I have other pieces that still need to append to this. All right, looks like 100. That's kind of the breaking point here. So that's where we'll stay. Looks good. Eric says, genuinely terrified supporting this model. Yeah, I would get some more printing under your belt first, but just when you're looking at it, anything that's pointed up, you're fine. So like this horn here, that's fine. The tip of the nose and the jaw, that needs support. And then all these 3 points of the wing. The way that I have this webbing, it's gonna kind of help support itself. Or you just wait for this to get officially released, and then my husband will pre-support this and share that with y'all too. But I totally understand not wanting to wait. It's a pretty cool model. We really need to get that tutorial out for y'all so you can learn how we pre-support. All right. Beautiful, beautiful. Nice and flat on the bottom. This one is done. This will be complete. And then Volt says, I'd probably cure it prior to removing supports. I guess it depends on the resin though. I would not recommend that. I like removing supports before curing always, and I use these, you can either use like nail clippers or just like snips, and then snip off supports. That'd be your best bet. Pat says, maybe by leaving the wings and tail as separate objects. The tail is not going to be an issue so much as far as printing goes. I know you guys are probably looking at these little points. It's going to be, it'll make more sense when you see it supported by my husband. Essentially, it's going to be like, you know, like draw it on. It's gonna be like a really satisfying looking little structure. It's gonna just look like that. It's only gonna go to about there, because then everything from here up, that's gonna pre-support on its own, no problem. So yeah, the tail, that's all the supports the tail is gonna need. If you really wanna be extra, you can throw another one right here. But yeah, that's all the tail would need. Well, it says maybe snip the supports while it's still on the bed. Y'all are terrified of this model. And not because it's a skeleton dragon. Maybe I'll do a whole video on this one, how we print and support it. I promise it's really not going to be that bad. I have made some wild stuff over the years. This one's pretty tame. Alright, this is going to be our incomplete version. So, how do I want to do that? I think one of the nice things right off the bat would be removing this lower jaw entirely. I think missing an entire wing would be cool. I think missing the tail is a little too much. Chris says, as weird as it sounds, I bought some cheap dental instruments and those really help move supports in bad reach places. It's funny you say that. Yeah, no, we use the exact same things. Like with the little like hooks and stuff and little points. Yep, we use the exact same thing. Yeah, the one with the hook is super helpful. Agreed. This is perfect. We can kind of have this little nub here that's missing a leg resting on that base. I think missing half the horns would also be cool. He's just gonna look like he's falling apart. And I'm gonna remove some sections of the tail, but not all of it. Maybe just having it be shorter. I think missing the foot could be kind of interesting too. Let's go ahead and remove that. And this will just be a nub. There we are. Eric says maybe you could add the fallen bits on the platform. Oh, that's such a good idea. I've been deleting the meshes, not saving them. I wish he said that like a minute ago. Okay, that is such a good idea. Damn it, that is such a good idea. Okay. I have to do that now. All right, well I have horns, so I can go ahead and lay some of the horns on the base. Maybe I can just grab this one. Yeah, I can go over here and cannibalize this model a little bit to grab these pieces that I now need again. Where is my leg? Leg. There it is. Yeah, I won't even need to do all of them, but just having like a leg just hanging out, it's cool. And since I picked like this sandy base too, it's gonna embed really well. That was so creative. Good one, Eric. Eric says, I did, you just didn't read it in all caps. Yeah, I was slow in the chat there. Pat says, if you roll back the history, copy the pieces? Yeah, I pretty much did the same. That's pretty much what I did. And I gotta have the jaw as well. And then the other pieces I don't feel like I need. But these ones, absolutely. I was even thinking, I'm like, oh, but that jaw looks so cool. What a freaking cool idea. I'm at that point of the stream where I'm just thinking about lunch. My brain is like half working. In case anyone's wondering, I'm making fajitas today. I'm very excited. Check that out. Oh, it's such a fun detail. Ah, you guys are awesome. Pat says there's definitely a delay between the chat and the stream. Yeah, it's about 20 seconds. Okay, I need the ribs. The ribs all need to stay there. Eric says, glad to know now a little part of mascot Eric lives in this model. Absolutely. That's another reason why I love live streaming. You guys get suggestions, so that way we can like look back on the models. You'll know like that model was forever changed and improved because of your suggestion. How cool is that? Chris says, he's so surprised he dropped his jaw. Lame. Alright, this is now going to be like a really fragile piece because there's no jaw, so we're gonna whoop, more material, more material. I think it's very funny he doesn't have a foot on this one. Like, it's a subtle detail that he's missing it. So he's missing his jaw, a couple horns, half his tail, a few vertebrae, one leg, and one foot. I think that's pretty banged up. That's pretty good. Oh, and an entire wing. I don't know how I missed that. And a wing. The wing is a bit too big to smush onto the base as like a whole, but maybe I can, you know, put some of it on the base. Yeah, maybe not this top part, but like right here. So let me get rid of all of that. I want to make it smaller, but that really defeats the sense of scale. Maybe I can like throw it on the back. This probably doesn't need to be here, but I just want it to be here. Yeah, I think that's working. I can kind of like lay it, because here's the deal about these. I don't want them to have to require supports. If it's going to be a detail like this, it needs to just be part of the base. It's working. Pat says, when a dead dragon goes out partying, comes home the next day. Absolutely. He just forgot some of himself. And then Eric says maybe a little socket for the wing on his back, or leave half the wing. Yeah, I think maybe that's more what I want, because that's not working. Just leaving a piece I think would be nice. So let's go ahead and grab all of it again. The pen. So now he's up all of his wings back. We're going to split this one off. And yeah, I think just removing all the webbing and just leaving this arm right here would be really smart. That's kind of what I was trying to do with the piece that I kept. There we go. That's cool. That's cool. And that requires like no supports. I need to straighten it up a little bit. Whoop. There we go. I like it. Another very good suggestion. I think it's fun that you guys kind of take turns. Like I've had streams where Taylor gives a lot of good suggestions, Shaman joined one for a bunch, Corey's done the same, and I guess Eric, it's your turn now, so very cool. All right, I'm now going to begin post-processing this area. We're just past the 3-hour mark, which is a pretty normal stream for me. This one will be a little bit longer since it is very complicated. But then this one's going to be really worth it. Eric said, oh yeah, we have a council. We convene in between streams. Okay, that makes a lot of sense, because it does seem like you guys take turns. Alright, so the wings are going to stay by themselves up here. The base will also get thrown up there. And the rest of this, I will merge down. And yeah, Volt, you've been a very welcome addition too. Volt the robot, I feel like you fit right in here. It's pretty rare, if ever, that I get people in my streams that I dislike, but every now and then someone new joins and I can tell, I'm like, you're gonna fit in here. I kind of knew that with you, Eric. I was like, you're gonna be back. I like this broken down version too. This is cool as heck. Volt says, sorry I haven't been typing much. I'm kind of busy, AFK. Yeah, don't worry about it. Just being here is cool. Like I sense the vibes. You don't need to be chatting the whole time. Or even most of the time. Some of my favorite creators, I'll just tune in and I'll say nothing some of the streams. Actually, I generally say nothing. I am 100% lurker through and through. I do not chat unless I am the stream. Like Sparky Face from earlier in the stream mentioned she's going to have her own stream later tonight. I'll probably join, but I won't say anything. I just hang out. Eric says, it's me. She dislikes me. It's true. It's true. You're my least favorite. That's why you're the mascot. Volt says, but this stream has a great vibe. Oh, I'm glad that you think so. This is only my 3rd week now doing this full time, so I'm still learning a lot. Getting everything to kind of have a nice flow to it and button up. It's very tricky to live stream and actually get shit done at the same time. Like the first few times that I streamed, I had such a bad headache afterwards because I was like trying to focus on both. But now it's become more fun. It causes me to work a bit slower and my models come out more thoughtful as a result. And then every now and then, or pretty much every stream, I get at least one person in the chat that has a really killer good suggestion that changes the model for the better. So that's always nice. Eric says, I knew it. Eric says, my wife is lurking. Call her out. Hi, Steph. And Corey agrees. Streaming is so hard. Yeah, Corey, you mentioned that you tried to stream while you play video games, yeah? That sounds especially tricky, honestly, because I can, like, put this down and just talk to you guys. Like, if you're playing a more action-based game, you can't really do that. I am curious, though, Corey, if you wanted to share, what kind of a game were you trying to stream? I don't even know what game I would stream. Video games isn't something that I really want to share, if that makes sense. It's kind of my time to not talk to anyone, which is some of my favorite time. You know how, like, a lot of people have, like, minimum, like, social requirements, like they gotta, like, get out and, like, see people for the day? I'm the opposite. I have to have, like, minimum, like, did not see anybody, did not talk to anybody hours. Makes it sound like I hate people. Like, I don't. I just, again, the best way I can describe it is, like, emotional cactus. Like, I still bloom. I still have, like, a nice flower. I'm still friendly. I just don't require very much. Very easy to overwater. Hey, Ann's back. What up? Ann says, yeah, I've had you on my second monitor. I'll try and get a good Secret Santa gift for a coworker. Nice. And Corey mentioned streaming. You also tried while sculpting. I've tried a few different things over the years. Well, if you ever thought about getting back into it for whatever reason, I mean, maybe I can share some tips at this point. Well, it says, streaming while coding is difficult. Try doing it, but it's better just to code offline. Oh, I didn't know that you program. Very cool. I know enough about coding because I have my BS in mechanical engineering. So I know enough about coding to know that I suck at it, which I understand. Like, you gotta be bad at things. I'm really bad at coding. Coding and violin, funny enough. Those are two things I came across and I was like, ooh, I am untalented at that. All right. And I was just programming in C, just basic stuff. And it was all for a class, and I hated school. So, yeah, that's my coding experience. Eric says, I don't think I'd want to stream games consistently, just because the market is oversaturated. I would never let that be a reason to not do something. People say the media market is super oversaturated, and I'm making a killing. I'm making plenty of money for myself. My husband works with me too, so it's for both of us. And I feel like we're just living the dream, honestly. And I realize, I mean, money is so subjective too. Subjective. What you consider a lot or not a lot is. I'm just big where I'm like, I know the things that I want and I'm able to afford them. So it doesn't really beat that, in my opinion. Eric says, I'm good at violin. Well, rusty, but good. No shit. How cool is that? I play piano. That's kind of like my big thing I played growing up. Corey said they streamed some Dark Souls and Grim Dawn stuff. So a mix. Very cool. Well, it says it's great to hear. Oshi, I had my first stream a few weeks ago. Congrats. I was teaching Intro to Linux for a cybersecurity school. It was interesting. Very cool. Pat says, so you were the boss at home, literally. You know, kind of. You know, it's funny. I definitely was like the driving force of the business for the first year or so, because initially it was just mine. And then I asked my husband to quit his job so that he would do it with me and help, because he has a bunch of graphic design background and learned how to render and all that kind of good stuff, which I just literally do not have time for. And I think it was last year or the year before, I fired myself. I just cannot manage all aspects of the business mentally at the same time. It makes it really stressful when you feel like you're making all of the decisions. So yeah, I jokingly fired myself. Instead, I made myself I make art and I do presentations. I present information. So I actually do like write-ups and stuff that kind of project how much we've made over the year, what we're going to make, projections if we change this variable, how it's going to affect our output in like the next quarter. I do all that stuff. And then I present it to Ricky and then we talk about it. So unofficially, I fired myself and I made Ricky the boss. He doesn't, I don't know, his brain just doesn't get as full. It's hard to explain. He's very level, which is funny because I do great being in charge of other people and groups and stuff. But when it's like my creative space and my livelihood and my money all in the same place, oh, it kind of drives me crazy. It kind of makes me feel insane. And Eric says, to be clear, I don't think it's because of the monetary reasons. And this is talking about streaming. More like I wouldn't want that only thing because I feel like it's not as personal. Okay. Like if I wanted to stream games, I would. I just don't want to stream just games and it's oversaturated, so there's no point to pursue it without something else to supplement. That's a very, very good follow-up. I hear you. Volt asks, do you guys go to any cons? No, largely just because I don't think it'd just be a social thing. I don't see any avenue to actually make like money there. I understand that I don't have to do everything for money, but damn it if it doesn't help. Like streaming has been such a good time, and initially it started off as like a social thing. I want to see if I could like improve my reach, and then every now and then, like today I had a very outlier stream, and this paid for all my Christmas shopping, which is awesome. But not just that, it also... Is that my dog back again? Oh my lord, you would just keep coming back, don't you? Anyway, he loves me, he just wants to hang out. But yeah, streaming has really kind of brought my M3DM Learn and like my teaching back to life. And I've got a few new patrons on my main business too, so I would rather spend like my social points streaming instead of like going to cons and stuff. There's just so much preparation that goes into that as well. Good question though. Alright, I'm gonna boot my dog. I'm gonna boot my dog for the third time. Dude, I'm sorry you can't be in here. I know. Okay, we're back again. I love hanging out with my dog. He's such a cutie, but again, he's a pug and he's super noisy, and if he's asleep, I don't mind him snoring on stream. But when he chews on his bone, oh my goodness, it sounds like he's breaking teeth back there, guys. I'm like, you can't be in here. Our studio door doesn't latch all the way, so he's able just to push it open, and so he does. Alright. Pat says being a streamer works. It really does. I ended up as a student because of these streams myself. Yeah, no kidding. I've only been doing this for a couple weeks. I didn't expect any of this to pay off for at least 3 months minimum. So yeah, it's been really nice. Thank you guys for being here. I mean, you literally kind of make the dream happen. Seriously. All right. I think that looks pretty darn solid, if I do say so myself. I'm gonna go ahead and mirror each of these pieces. Oh, it feels so weird looking at this mirrored. Still super solid, just feels really weird. Pat says, a bad student, I must say. No, you're fine. And then Eric says, I'm holding a guinea pig. I wish I was holding a guinea pig. I have nothing. Okay, I just have dragon, I guess. right, I'm gonna merge both of these down. Then we have this other version here. All right, so here are our two versions, y'all. Pretty darn cool. And then Corey says, you have your crocheted little ones. You can always hold those. Oh yeah, he's talking about my little crochet animals that I have. I have 1, 2, 3. And I only have 3 because I ran out of yarn. I have a bunch of other projects half started, and all of the rest of my yarn comes in tomorrow. I am so excited. So guys, there'll be a new update on my crochet projects on Thursday when I start streaming again. All right, both of these are looking really good. Let's go ahead and copy this tool and put it into my end ZPR. All right, so I got both of these in here. And then Corey says tomorrow. Yes, that's when the rest of it comes in. I'm really excited. I got a pretty good Black Friday deal for him that I was kind of waiting on. It only took like $2 off per roll of yarn, but I mean, I bought a lot of yarn, guys. So the $2 off was almost like a new like a full pizza worth. Alrighty. How big do we want this? We want it at least that big. That looks pretty good. It's gotta be pretty gigantic. It's gotta be at least 6 feet tall. And yeah, I like to mirror them when there's different versions. One, it adds a little more visual variety, but two, it sure looks cool too. It's very dramatic. Pat says, coming soon, crochet stream. I'm not against it, I'm pretty quick. Eric says, I got like 2 kilograms of a Lego ABS leg. Ooh, cool. I wish Black Friday was all the time. Right? I feel that. This has been such a fun, lively stream. Thank you guys for being here. I really dig it. I love what I do. Freaking cool. Oh, and then Volt sent a donation. Thanks for streaming. It was enjoyable. Thank you so much for the $10 donation. I really appreciate it. That is kick-ass. And I know I was able to read that one correctly. Any donation's a big deal, but like, it kind of like scales for me, like more than $1 is like a big deal. That's like, yeah, I can get a Little Caesars pizza with that. I am so hungry right now. I'm thinking about his food. Thank you. Pat says you can make an amigurumi of the Undra Dragon. Yes, I could. I actually know what that word is now because I crochet amigurumis. I think this is my first stream that I've had more than one donation, much less this much. So thank you guys. It's a huge deal for me. Well, it says really cool how the dragon turned out. Thanks. And I'm going to be sharing this 3D printable file with y'all for free. I didn't key it, but these are all going to be different pieces, and it's going to be a really good starting point for y'all. Do you think they should be bigger? So this base here, this is 25mm, so it's about 2 inches across right now on the base, which means it's going to be about 3 to 4 inches tall. I'm going to increase both of these by about 10%. I'm going to put them in a mesh mixer to get an actual measurement on them too, but proportions are everything. Yeah, frickin' cool. Okay, let's open up Mesh Mixer, which to me is very funny because Mesh Mixer is so old, so outdated, but I love it and it works. There's nothing special about this program, guys. It's the one that I started using, and so now it's the one that I still use. On the other hand, Where's my ref file? There it is. ZBrush is rocks. ZBrush I did not just keep using because it's outdated. It's not outdated. It's fantastic and still being supported. Oh, I didn't export these. That would make it difficult to upload, wouldn't it? All right, tool export. All right, we got A. And we got B. Very complicated file naming system I got. It's funny, my husband is so meticulous with how he names his files, and I just name things different variations of A and B, and it works. There they are. Yeah, these are really, really cool. Looks like it wants to delete the jaw. It's possible that means that that jaw did not get remeshed back in. Let's go ahead and double check that. Yep, the jaw is its own piece, but not really. That means it was just duplicated. I can go ahead and fix that though. There we go. See, it's actually, there's two jaws there. That happened when I cut that jaw off to then append here. So I can actually let Mesh Mixer delete that with no issues. This is why I double check in more than one software. I find that it almost always grabs something that I didn't notice. Bam, cleaned up. Let's check this other one for mesh errors. Looks like we got 3, so not a big deal. Auto repair, bam, now we're squeaky clean. All right. Let's see the dimensions here. So this is in millimeters, and it's gonna be 109 millimeters tall, it looks like. Is that RY? Yes. By 52. So I was right, about 2 inches by 3 inches tall, about. It's a little on the small side, but relative to a mini, it's still gigantic, so I'm pretty happy with that. Volt says, old tools sometimes are just great for that one thing, right? And for me, this is kind of just like double checking my bases, making sure, well, once I quite literally checked my bases in this, but just to make sure everything is buttoned up. I find putting your models, passing them through more than one program is the most reliable way of making sure everything's all buttoned up and nice to go. I'm gonna make these, again, a little bigger. Bump that up. Maybe that's too much. These are huge. They're so freaking cool. All right, align. Cool. All right, so we're gonna have 2 things here. We're gonna have a skeleton dragon, and then we're gonna call the other one incomplete skeleton dragon. Aptly named. For the skeleton dragon, we have a couple versions going on. We got skeleton dragon, and that's just gonna be complete. So we're gonna just name that just as it is. Then we're gonna separate our shells here. We're gonna combine the base. Beautiful. All right, I split off the wings, and now it's gonna be skeleton dragon dash no wings. I don't want to force people to have to use this base if they don't want to. It's a pretty custom size. I'm not sure what else you would do here, but I don't want to make that decision for y'all. So I'll provide the decorative base by itself just in case. If you were to print these separate, I think it would require a little bit of sanding to actually make sure that these fit into their spots, because I think they technically clip in some spots. If you really wanted to, I'm sure there'd be a way. Dark said, I just saw the dragon and had to check it out. Yeah, thanks for being here. I'm glad that you stopped by. All right, let's review all of our versions here. One thing that's kind of nice about Mac is they actually have an automatic 3D viewer. What's annoying though is that the axes are flipped, so it naturally defaults being upside down. All right, so decorative base with skeleton dragon with everything. So we'll actually label that. So got decorative base, skeleton dragon. Let's move this over. There we go. No base, no wings. So technically I don't have a no base, no wings, which is fine. And then Pat says Windows says it too. Ah, that makes sense. But I gotta brag about the one I got, right? Well, if somebody wants the no base version also with no wings, that's super easy because they're separate shells. So I will just wait until if anyone happens to ask for that very, very niche ask. Unless you guys are here on stream and you are hoping that I provide just the dragon body without the base and without the wings. Why not? I'll just offer as many versions as possible. Might as well. Alright, skeleton dragon. This is no base, no wings. Hey, honey.
Hey, hey.
Is that hot chocolate?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Bam. I already know about the dog.
Oh my god, he came in like twice. And I even put a towel on the other side of the door to stop him from pushing the door open.
Still.
He rolled through that towel and it pushed the rug all the way up too. It cracks me up. He just really wants hangout.
Wants you.
I know. My dog loves me. He's obsessed with me. Oh, it smells so good. My husband went to the grocery store and said the dog was alone for like 30 minutes and that's why he kept pushing open the door. He's just a very, very goofy baby. All right. Let me go ahead and fix my camera here. It's always having a fit. Oh, it fixed itself. Ooh, good camera. Eric says in all caps, yay, I actually really wanted it as a Drake. Okay, cool. Awesome. Well, I'm glad that I gave that option. So, to review, we have the decorative base by itself. We have just the dragon with its wings, just the dragon without wings, and then we have a base with and without wings. I need to label these to be as clear as possible. And then Eric says you probably list them differently in the vault too. I could, I really like to try to make sure that my, when I say that I've sculpted like 850 models, I mean like there's no that's not including variations. If you include variations, I've sculpted like 1100 models, but I try to like under promise and over deliver. That's like my mantra for everything. All right, we're gonna label these super clearly. Decorative base with wings. No base, no wings. No base with wings. If I label them super clearly, it's gonna alphabetize them in a way that makes sense. This is decorative base, no wings. Bam, there we go. That reads so much more clearly. So we have the decorative base, 2, that's by itself. And then we have the complete assembly with and without wings. No base underneath it with and without wings. Okay, much more clear. There we go. And I'll do the exact same naming convention for the incomplete. Incomplete, skeleton dragon. The incomplete's different enough that I'll probably get a separate listing in the vault. But I like when people open vault listings. It's like a little surprise. There's so much more in there than they expected. Vault says base with wings, no dragon. It's dumb. Oh, but you also say you have to run. See you later. Thank you so much for joining, Vault. You were a delight. And thank you for the donation, too. Like, that's amazing. I hope you have a great rest of your day. And I'm not doing base with wings, no dragon. That's dumb. I love that. Oh my goodness. So this is one of those really fancy cups that, like, it's like heated on the bottom. And so this hot chocolate is like lava temperature. Oh my god, it's so hot. I realize it's in the name, but like it's not drinkable. But it's perfect because it melts all my marshmallows all the way down, and it just makes the whole thing unbearably sweet, which is my favorite kind. Favorite kind of sweet. I'm a big fan of sweet. Oof, I can sip just a tiny, tiny bit. Delicious. And then Oshi says, no dragon, no base, just wings. Okay, that one has potential because people could then kit bash with it. I guess I have to include that if people wanted to... Eric says, only Alex gets no dragon base with wings. Okay, you guys are distracting. I'm starting to have like a stroke. I'm like, wait, what pieces am I doing? Okay, we're doing the same thing. I'm gonna open up another Finder window so that way I can see exactly how I named this one and mimic it almost exactly. Okay. Y'all do make my job better. I'm not joking. This has been really fun. All right. Oh, it opens its own window anyway. Duh. All right, so this first one is going to be incomplete. Skeleton dragon. Decorative base with wings. Nice. One version down. Separate shells. And this decorative base is super freaking cool because it has all those fallen pieces of the dragon on it. Just the decorative base. You know, it's funny, I brought up that second window so that I could reference it, and I'm not even needing it. Oh, I missed the word base. There we go. Eric says, have you ever considered for legendary patrons or potentially higher posting the ZBrush models? Oh, like the ZPRs? Yeah, it never even occurred to me. Is that valuable? I mean, it doesn't even seem like it'd be useful unless I share the version with subtools. Never even occurred to me. If you have any remote interest in that, yeah, I got no problem with that. I know people get really weird of like, people are gonna run away with their stuff and like make art. It's part of the reason why I don't gatekeep on techniques or how I sculpt, because what I do, it's effing hard. It took me years. If you can like take my files and make them better with no experience, then apparently what I was doing wasn't very hard in the first place. So I don't know why. I think it comes from a place of insecurity when artists get weird and gatekeepery. It's like, no, like what you're doing is awesome. Like no one's swooping in. Don't worry. All right, I think we got both of our decorative base versions. So anyway, to answer your question all the way, I don't offer that. I'd be open to offering that, and I'm especially open to offering that because I'm not worried people stealing my stuff. I do get messages about once a month of some patron being very sweet and they found someone stealing my stuff and like selling it or sharing it for free online. Look, people that are sharing files for free online, they were never gonna pay for it anyway. Like I don't have the time to care and find these people and sue them. I just don't. I'm just gonna make more art and hang out with you guys. How about that? I call that staying in my own lane. All right, this is no base with wings. There we go. Chris says, the guy in the middle with the pitchfork is the curator of the museum. I love that idea, I really do. Or maybe he's like a retired dragon hunter and now he just like tends his fields. I don't know. Eric says, I think it'd be useful because you could like repose models. That's true. You're bringing up some very solid points. I just kind of make models and trudge right ahead. Having the files to use later, you bring up some good points. I might have to promote you from unofficial mascot to temporarily official mascot to maybe consultant. We'll see. All right, this is no base, no wings. I think that's everything. I really wish this extra window on the side here wasn't here. Oh, it just makes a bunch of them. Just stay open all the way. I don't care. Whatever. No wings with wings, no wings with wings. Yes, yes, yes. Cool, looks good. It's happening. Beautiful. Chris says, it's really funny when people see you make something in 2-3 hours and think, oh, that must be easy. She makes it super fast, right? You know, I actually don't get too much of that, surprisingly. I thought I'd get more of that. It's actually one of the reasons why I didn't want to live stream in the beginning, because, oh, this is going to sound really snotty, but I trust that you guys have a better understanding of me. I thought it devalued, like, my work. I thought they'd be like, oh, it's so easy or it's so impressive. It'd go either way to be bad. It'd be like either she's so good at this that she should be releasing more models if it only takes a couple of hours, or on the flip side, oh, this is so easy, I could do it. So I saw it as a loss, and my husband actually talked me out of it. He was like, those are two pretty negative perspectives, and you should at least just try it. Maybe it'll surprise you. And oh boy, you guys have surprised me. It has been so much fun hanging out with y'all. It's been nothing but fantastic. And then Pat says to Eric, you can do that with just STL files. No need for the HP models. HP models? Like high poly? The STLs are merged together, so it's still very beneficial to have the separate shells. And then Eric says, it's the reason the gray market is successful. People don't usually pirate for fun, it's because they can't afford it. Right. Eric says, some reason I allegedly pirate college books on Rocksmith 2014, which EA no longer makes accessible. Yeah. I have had people message me that, so if you have a 3D printer, usually you have some expendable cash, but I definitely have given my stuff away for free, very intentionally. Like, I had someone that was so sweet. They bought like one model or something. They bought one model for my Baby Beast collection, which was like $30 to get all of it. And they followed me on Instagram and they shared the painted picture. And so I messaged them the rest of the collection for free because they did such a good job painting it. And they messaged back and let me know that they only bought one model because $3 was in their budget, but $30 was not. And later that year, I saw they kept painting more of my Baby Beasts from that collection and giving them away for Christmas presents. And I was like, that feels good. That feels right. And that was a couple years ago. Now it's been another year, and guess who's been a patron of mine for the last like 10 months? So what goes around comes around. It can be for the better, it can be for the worse, but I try to put as much good out there as I can, you know? And then Corey asks, what's a shell? A shell, in this case, would just be a subtool. When you merge them all down and they're like an STL, you can call them shells because you can separate by shells. It just means different pieces. So let's say like this, one second. Let's say like this tail right here. You guys saw me sculpt this, and each vertebra was a separate piece, right? Well, when I remesh them, remeshing will change that piece forever so that it's like concrete. It's totally solid, right? But before I remeshed it, technically speaking, each vertebra was a separate piece, could also be a separate subtool, polygroup, or shell. They all kind of mean the same thing, more or less. Whenever you hear shell, just think piece. It's a different piece. Eric says, I actually disagree on the 3D printer bit. I'm interested. Eric says, 3D printing is a lot more affordable or accessible now with used printers being sold. I got our FDM one for like $60. Oh, that's a really good point. So I like when you guys just tell me what you think, because I'm still updating my opinions every day. I mentioned like, I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm always learning, right? And when I first got into 3D printing, I bought the Anycubic Photon. That son of a bitch, it was like $400. Okay, it was so expensive, but I really needed something to test print my work on. I think I'm a little out of touch with how affordable 3D printing has gotten, and I appreciate the reminder, I do. And Corey says, oh cool, thanks. Yeah, I'm happy to explain, always. Oh, this model is so freaking cool. I think that guy is just gonna love it. I know you guys love it, and that makes me really happy. Oh, it's so impressive. All right, I like the radial overlay. Let's try one more. Let's try this preview AO. I think it'll do a better job. Eric says, you can justify these as tools and may not have cash to splurge on specific models. That's true. That's a very good point. I think this is another really good render. I just financed the M5S Pro for $300 during the Black Friday sale. They have some really big sales right now. They really do. If there's anybody lurking in the chat that's considering 3D printing, or I think it's very intimidating to get into. So if you have questions, please ask. I'm happy to answer. Eric's awesome. A lot of people in here know a lot about 3D printing. Ooh, Eric said, I also got the Wash and Cure 3.0. Fancy, fancy. I think the Wash and Cure station is like pretty much necessary. I love it. I think it's the best. Alrighty. Let's go ahead and edit that screenshot. So I provided the different base version and the model separate, which would imply you can print the model and then glue it to the base. It's not gonna fit perfectly. I'm just letting you guys know that right now. This has not been keyed. So use at your own risk. I like just printing stuff solid. That has always worked really well for me. Just letting you know. Wow, this is just, the silhouette on this model is killing me. I'm so proud of this. This is so freaking cool. Good job, me, and thank you guys for being here and helping me do it. I think it's about time that I share this model with y'all for free, yeah? Oh, she says, my washing station is a Tupperware container full of alcohol. Totally works as well. If you really want to get the most out of your IPA or like rubbing alcohol to clean prints, I recommend having 2 different tubs. The first one gets really dirty, and the second one, just like a final rinse, works pretty darn good. Also a pro tip, if your models are still coming out really like sticky and not seeming totally clean, get a soft bristle toothbrush for like $1. They work really well. Eric says, this is the first stream I was in here for the whole thing. Yeah, no kidding. Chris says, it was great 2 hours ago. It's legendary now. Thank you. I'm always trying to push for that extra level of like, wow, you know? It's usually all in the details. All right, thank you guys so much for being here. It sounds like I'm ending the stream, but I'm debating. I actually think I might make one more model here, a variation of this. All right, I put that link in the chat. That should be the right link. If it's not working, let me know. I have both versions in there, the incomplete skeleton dragon and the skeleton dragon. Usually I don't share variations on stream. I leave that for patrons, but I've been having a really good time, and this stream had a lot of donations on it, and it feels silly to not just give back. I'm not gonna say I was overpaid. I'm just gonna say I was well paid for this stream. All right. So what I wanted to do was I wanted to reopen my skeleton dragon file. Not this one. Oh, here, I know what I want to do. So right before the stream started, I actually saved the unposed version of this so I could use later. And with this pose like this, how cool do you think this would be to have by itself on like a little square placard base? I mean, I just think that'd be really nice. So I think I'm gonna throw this one together really quick and then throw it your guys' way as well. Eric says, I think you should swap out with Ricky and we can hang out with him. The idea of Ricky live streaming, for some reason to me, is like really funny. He is the most personable damn man you will ever meet. My goodness. Charisma endless. He would actually do great. So I think the reason I giggle is because I know he wouldn't think that. Ricky gets along with everyone, no joke. And Corey says hi to Ricky. Yeah, it looks awesome. For those lurking or new, Ricky is my husband. Clarification. And Ricky mentions, oh, just to everyone, don't forget to like the stream. It really does help. This was a big stream for a lot of reasons, and thank you guys for being here. Yeah, I think this unposed version is just too darn cool, and this is going to be just lovely to have as kind of like a decoration on your desk. In the meantime, I am going to make sure I have this beauty just hanging out on stream as well, because check him out. Beautiful. All right, and then for this one, I have a couple details I want to throw on here. Nothing crazy. This is going to take too long. Not that you guys seem to mind. We're having a good time hanging out. Because I was already going to do these two different versions. And then Alexander was very generous and donated a ton of money that covered all my Christmas shopping. Which just feels good, you know? So as a result, I want to do at least one extra thing I wasn't planning on. And this is going to be that extra thing. I don't even mind if it's a little on the low poly side. It's gonna complement the model really well. And then Eric says, Ricky, all excited. Truly the reason we come to all the streams. Ricky hype 100. You guys are fun. Alright, so now I'm going to bulk up these wings really quick, kind of like how we did earlier in the stream. This model will be detailed differently, a bit more on the minimalist side, because it's really just a minimalist kind of cool model. It's going to be a little bonus. It's going to be meant to be printed pretty small. All right, I think that looks good. Let's go ahead and merge visible. Angel says, I have to go. Thank you for sharing. Of course, thank you for being here. Ricky says, why else would you be here if not to hang out with the invisible husband? 100% true. Eric says, real. I think it'd be nice if I make it so this touches just a tiny bit. Nah, it needs to be open. More open. Cool. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and decimate this. And I'm gonna make a custom little base for this to sit on. Not like this one, all organic. It's gonna be nice and flat. All right, that went really well. Let's go ahead and remesh. This is all one piece, which is exactly what I say not to do all the time, but in this case, it's fine. Oh, I have to do a no wing version, don't I? At this point, might as well commit all the way. It's been a long stream, but a really good one. For those that are still hanging out, there is still one more model version on the way. Hot chocolate's finally cooled off. So good. Yeah, I'm gonna want that every day. That is delish. All right, so we got wings. And now I got this awesome dragon body, and we're gonna do two versions just like before, complete and incomplete. All right, and now let's go ahead and make that custom base I was talking about. I don't really do a whole lot of hard surface modeling like this on stream. So if you want to see something new, now is a good time to look up and watch something new. So what I'm doing here first is I initialize a cube. This is different than just appending a normal cube because the geometry is slightly different. Now I'm going to make this little base perfectly fit the length. I want everything symmetrical and nice. All right, now that we have that pretty much blocked out to the shape that I want, we're going to open the Z Modeler brush. This is not included in ZBrush Core, which a lot of my students use, but it is in the full version. Depending on what face I hover over, will change the function of the brush. So I want to extrude a poly loop. Where does it say poly loop? Right there. There we go. So we have one little bevel right there. It's making it look, not bevel, but extrusion, making it look a little nicer. Let's keep going. I want to extrude something along the edge here. There's two ways I can do that. I'm gonna go ahead and inset this polygroup island on top. Just a little bit. I don't want to clip the tail. And now I'm gonna extrude just this poly loop that I just created. There we go. It's a little too tall. I want it to be a little bit. There you go. And then pulling off the edge one more time. That's pretty much exactly what I had envisioned. Maybe I'll put even like a little plaque on it. Eric says, this straight up looks like one of those example prints from when you buy resin, and they credit the creator at the bottom. It does, and if you look at enough listings, a couple of those are from me. Kind of cool. A Lego has a giant pirate ship. I made that. That's me. Corey says, I don't do much of 3D printing or anything, but I really like seeing the sculpting part. Yeah, that's nice. And then Eric says, I'm so sad because I really wanted this on my printer's website, but as a patron reward for buying like 6 bundles, and they don't sell the individual ones. Ah, bummer. Yeah. Sometimes it's, if you check back at my May factory, sometimes they will offer stuff separately. Right now the crease brush is acting a little funny, so I'm trying to figure out I'll probably just subdivide or die mesh this. There we go. But this is the other model I was wanting to make that I had envisioned. Eric said, I found this. I found it. It's the Alpha Reox Dragon Forebearer. That sounds awesome. All right, this is gonna be the base. I don't like that it looks low res, but when I subdivide it, it's not doing what I want it to. I could add more edge loops in manually, huh? All right, so this is the complete one. Let's go ahead and remesh this. Eric says, ooh, I like the fancy museum-like one. Yes, that's exactly what I'm going for. And technically that's really what Alexander was asking for in his model request. I just went ahead and made like a dragon Draco Lich based on it. That's why it was really important to me that, especially because he donated so much, I'm like, I really want to make sure I nail that request. Because at that point, it's pretty much that he paid for a commission. I know he wasn't expecting that or demanding that by any means, but all the more reason to get it done. Excellent. We're now making sure each of the claws touches the base. Lots of little important details. There we go. Perfect. And then Howie's here. Hi, I believe that you're new. Beautiful sculpt. Since this is for 3D print, does crease info translate, or do you have to divide and create real high-res geometry? Crease does translate. It's just important that you don't have any like single-sided polygons. Pet says, needs a flag saying, when dragons rule the earth. And then Slap Pappy, hey, you're back, welcome. What a pretty horse. It's a beautiful dragon, thank you. I especially appreciate that comment because I have a horse and I regularly call him my dragon. So, especially when it's cold outside, because again, they're big animals. And when you exhale, you can see your breath, but with horses, it's like times double. So when they run around in the winter, they do look like dragons. It's really cool. But yeah, with this model, I could not resist doing this more museum-like version. And we're gonna go one step further, and we're gonna make this incomplete version as well. It's going to be similar to the incomplete version we made earlier, but with a few differences. All right, we're going to be removing one leg. Eric says, me and Steph want horses. I want a Shire. Just keep in mind, you get a draft horse, they eat for 3. So it's like you could have 3 horses or you could have 1 Shire. Hey, AJ's Garden's back. Hey, welcome back. Hey, looking good. Thank you. So I removed some material here, so I need to kind of restructure this detail I had from earlier. Doesn't need to be perfect, but we don't want a perfectly flat spot either. Hey, honey.
Hello.
Are you bringing something to show off?
Yeah. City Druid FDM.
Are you kidding?
No.
Holy shit. Okay, cool. So Ricky just came in. He's got a treat to show y'all. Ooh, let me make my camera bigger. Wee, hello. All right, so that's amazing. So this is an FDM printed mini he just did. Let me get rid of myself so you can see it. I think I have the resin one over here. No, I don't, but I have something that's very, very similar structured. So yeah, this is resin, this is FDM. On my webcam wants to see my face and nothing else. But just a reminder that you can do really, really good prints with FDM still. How cool is that? Awesome. I know you can do that trick where you put your hand behind it, but I find my webcam just gets annoyed regardless. I'll put a picture of this in Discord as well. But yeah, pretty cool. He's always doing test prints and all kinds of little side projects. I should have actually asked him to show up on camera so you guys could see him. But yeah, well. So in this case, I think just one wing on, one wing off would look really cool. All right, there's our incomplete model. Really, really cool. I need this to be nicely remeshed, just like before. This is 2 million points. Please remesh and do not break. I think it's working. Cool. Eric said that's wild, right? Chris asked at 0.06 layer height. I'm not sure. I don't think so. Oh no, that's for resin. No, the FDM, he uses the 0.2 nozzle. But yeah, looking good. Corey says, have you done any more mini painting? No, I have not. I have not. They just sit on my desk. The fact that I did any mini painting this month, I'm gonna take as a win. Yeah, this is not gonna remesh. I didn't think so. Oh, come on. I'm so close to being done. And now it's like, I look at my computer, it's like, stop. All right, CSG Boolean, we're gonna manually quit you here. Stop blowing up my computer, thank you. And we're gonna decimate this down to 500,000 points. Almost done. Eric says, I'm looking at Litchi and letting it pull up the islands. I think the teeth are a bit weird, just the way they curve. Nah, they're good. Litchi is my, oh God, Litchi is the bane of my existence. If anyone complains or has questions or worried about my models, it's always because they went into Litchi. Every time. Every time. It's a good slicer, don't get me wrong. It's a great slicer. But it's very, very conservative, which is good. But then it acts like everything's gonna fail and it stresses people out. Also, these teeth are so small too. I wouldn't worry about it. But if you ever are super worried about islands, just throw another support on them. All right. Eric says, I will trust Mia. Yes, trust Mia. And if not me, trust my merchants. They literally like make a living off of selling prints, and a lot of them use my pre-supported files exclusively. All right. Chris says, Mia, you're close to the weekend. You can do it. I can do it. Sen said, would there be any way to print this with a filament printer? I feel like you'd have to use resin for this. Okay, for this little dragon model, yeah, probably. It depends how big you print it, honestly. I mean, you can print anything you want with FDM. I don't know if you just missed this scent, but this mini right here, it's very small. I'm gonna rotate it. So she has a little bag, she's walking. This is FDM. My husband just pulled this off the printer. And if you look, okay, I need to make my camera bigger because I can't even see what I'm showing you guys. All right, make sure I add pause. I really want to show this to you guys. This is done with a 0.2 millimeter nozzle, I believe, or O2. There's a big difference there, I'll ask. Please focus on this and not me, my face. Anyway, see that little bag? Like, isn't that crazy? You can see her hair and everything. There's no detail on it because my camera wants to really show you guys my hand. I need to get a piece of paper or something. I will be more prepared for this in the future. I don't have anything that's... I have a sticker sheet. That's not going to help. Anyway, yes, you could. You absolutely could, because this is FDM right here and fragile. So yeah. I think I need to do more printing tutorials, just in general. Because to me, I'm like, yeah, just print it. It's fine. But I understand it's not that easy. I've been doing this for 5 years, and I think I undersell that sometimes, and I need to share what I know so you guys become as confident as me. Chris says, same here. I'm using Litchi, but errors pop up with the model. I just use Autodesk Fusion to correct the model. And you don't even have to do that, honestly. Like, Litchi will throw up errors for, oh my gosh, like every single model. Like, you watched me do this in ZBrush, you watched me do it again in Mesh Mixer. Litchi is always angry. Thank you, Ricky, giving the settings. Yeah, 0.06 layer height. Oh yeah, it is 06. And Chris, you saw that earlier, and I was like, no, that's resin. I was wrong. I'm just so used to FDM layer heights being 0.1. It's crazy how good they've gotten. All right, Ricky, you have to print this drag on FDM now. I'm sorry. The people have spoken. Ricky's just gonna be like, I quit. All right, we're almost done. For the most part, I find it best if you don't fight your machine. Just let your machine be good at what it's good at, right? So for FDM, just do terrain, do big prints. Like here, I have this giant mini I always show off. How freaking cool is this? This is FDM. This on resin would weigh like 5 pounds and it just would be chunky and not want to print. Just let your machine be good at what it's good at, but if you do want it to be good at everything, we'll make more videos about that. How's that? Ricky says challenge accepted. Yep, I figured you'd be on it. Sent says, thanks for the tips. I normally just hit slice and hope for the best. Yeah, that honestly works 90% of the time. So the only stuff for like FDM you need to watch out for, like see like this little tab here, like that vertebra, like it's not, that's like not supportable. That's the only thing that I am really picky about that's important that gets snugged down. There you go. Nice. Mesh integrity, success, 0 errors. There will still be some errors, maybe. I'll check that in Mesh Mixer. And AJ says, yeah, I got a laser cutter resin printer, but no FDM. I mean, it depends what you want to do. If you're doing small detailed stuff, you don't need FDM. Chris says, or just make a Warhammer reference. Start the printer and pray for the machine spirit. I like it. So a lot of really good things about this stream. One of them was you guys talking more about what you're printing, what you think is difficult to print, what makes you worried. That's all stuff I can help with, and I'll have more videos to come showing exactly how we do this stuff. All right, this is going into Mesh Mixer shortly. I think I still have Mesh Mixer open. Pat says, I just throw the files, auto support, and wait for the best. You know, auto support's gotten so good. That's half of our process of just doing auto supports in Chi Box with light settings turned on. Slap says, supports are going to be a nightmare, but the K2 Plus will be here tomorrow. I'll give it a try in larger scale. Need some test models to hone the machine anyway. Yeah, nothing is quite a pain in the ass, quite like a skeleton dragon. This more like anatomical based one is going to be even trickier. This one right here that I just provided for y'all, a lot of your headache will be taken care of by the way that it's like smashed on the base, but it's a lot still. I am worried about that head now that I'm looking at it. Nah. Let it be, Mia. Don't worry. You can print hands. If you're printing hands on your models, you can print this head. I like that you guys are all going to try to print this, and you can tell me about your 3D printing woes or successes on Thursday. I'll be back at 11 a.m. Eastern time. And by then, Ricky will probably have these printed. And so if your guys' prints failed, I can help point you in the right direction. And if they succeeded, share what helped, what was good. And a reminder that you can scale these however you want. You don't have to print them at the size that I provided. You can make it smaller, make them bigger, especially because it's not pre-supported. If you want the pre-supported files, I will be sharing those on Patreon later. And like always, my pre-supported files are test printed. So if you're like, I don't even want to try printing this, I just want to know it's going to work, just wait a couple weeks. I'll let you know when it's on Patreon. If you're already subscribed, great. If you're not, I can tell you when to subscribe to get these files. Too big. It's better. Yeah, how fun is this with like the museum-esque one? I like it. Yeah, it's got a little tiny head. It's gonna be really fragile. So I'm gonna try. Wish me luck. Sounds good. Oh, she says, I've already got the winged one on cooking in the printer. Yeah, we don't waste any time. I like it. I like it. So yeah, each one of these little dots that you guys see here, that's an error in Mesh Mixer. So this one actually has a lot. It doesn't. The blue ones are small overlaps and the red ones are a combination. You're mostly looking for, you don't want pink. Pink shows that there is a piece of the mesh that is disconnected or so small of a shell it's not printable. Either way, I'll tell you what, when I was first starting off doing this, I had no idea what I was doing. And the stuff that I printed successfully, oh my goodness. This stuff's good. We're good. Why is it only scaling one and not both? I would like both, please. Why are you doing that? Is it because one's hidden? Do you think one's hidden? Because they're not. Yes, it thinks one's hidden. There we go. Just little quirks in Mesh Mixer. Aha, now it works. Almost done. Oh my goodness. This one's a little smaller than that other dragon, but if you want, you can make it bigger. It's really meant for more like the anatomical look, so. I'm gonna call this Museum Dragon Skeleton. Oh, perfect. Yeah, Chris has a printing too. Fits like a glove. My Frozon 8K Mini. Oh my gosh, Eric says, YOLO, I'm just gonna send it. Y'all are... You guys picked like the hardest model I have made in the last month to print. Again, it's great. It's got good things going for it. But like, you could have picked an easier model from me to start with. I mean, Eric, I already know you printed a bunch of my stuff. You shared it in Discord. It does make me very happy that you guys are gonna print this and enjoy it. It does. Ricky says, by the way, only 2 hours left on the early bird tier for our Kickstarter. Link to that is in the description. Legendary patrons already have that content. Very true. Very true. I haven't actually talked about that yet. If you guys want to check out a live project from me right now with models that are a lot easier to print, and it's all women. They're just a bunch of pretty ladies I've sculpted over the years. I'm really, really proud of these models. It's a really good deal too. So check out that link. 2 hours left on the early bird. It's the best deal you're gonna get. The only deal better than that is Patreon. But Patreon is a subscription. So if you don't want a subscription, you just want to buy once and own it, there you go. That's for you. All these models were sculpted by me and printed by me. So check out that link. And Eric said, what's the point of spending hundreds of dollars on printers and wash cure stations if not full send? You know, I can't argue with that. That's a really good point. All right, I think we have all these versions done. Museum skeleton dragon. Base, no wings. Base with wings. No, no, yes, yes. Cool. And now we do the same dance again, but with the incomplete. There we are. Beautiful. Eric said, I love it when my D&D is drifting with feminism and then / actually not sarcastic. I knew that wasn't sarcastic. Nah, that's full good stuff. I totally agree. You want some strong women in your D&D campaigns? That's the Kickstarter for you guys. And I even have some like proper sultry models in there too. You can do sultry without being trashy. It is possible. Did you guys want the files for this too? Let me know. Because the other one's really cool. But if you guys want the museum dragon too, just let me know in the chat and I'll show these files too. This one's a little more niche, so. Yes, sounds good, Oshi. I'll be sending that over shortly. These names, so long. So many different versions. All right, museum, incomplete. I can spell. I'm typing all sideways, I'm all slow. Ugh. Base with wings. I guess with wing, singular. No base, no wing. Pat says, are you asking if we want a kick-ass model for free? Yeah, I guess I am. Maybe I'm just tired and working hard and I'm like, give me compliments. No, I'm just joking. No, that's a really good point. I don't know, because this one's a little more niche, I guess. Not really. This would work for, this would be fantastic scatter terrain. Or just a desk decoration. I think I'm going to print this for myself. And I almost forgot to add the decorative base by itself in both versions. In this case, the model should be perfectly flat, so you should be able to print these separately if you wish. All right, let me double check. Decorative base. Base, no wing, base with wing. No base, no wing, no base with wing. Decorative. Base, no wing, base with wing. No base, no wing, no base with wing. All right, sweet. Eric said, so wait, is the Kickstarter just stuff in the Legendary Vault? No, it's kind of a mix. So you have some of these models available to you now, Eric, but some of them are Legendary exclusives. So it's a bit of a mix. Eric said, also Spartan is very handsome and very well named. Is that his picture on the Kickstarter? Yes, so if you go to my Kickstarter, I just linked and scroll all the way to the bottom. That's a picture of me and Spartan, my horse, my dragon. Oh, she said, I'm gonna print so many different types. The only thing cooler than dragon, a badass skeleton dragon. Amazing. Yeah. And then Pat said, wing with no wing. You guys are confusing me. Alrighty, let's get this next one out. Dragoons. Lots of presents for y'all today. It's a good stream. You being here is already a lot. A lot of you guys already support me on Patreon. If you want more stuff like this, bam. That's my Patreon. $7 a month. If you don't want requests. But anyway, $7 a month gets you 850 models. So, just let you know. If you want to be able to make requests like this, that's the legendary tier. You can put in a request every single month. And this right here was a Patreon legendary request. He did not ask for me to do two different versions like this. When someone takes the time to put in a request on Patreon, I'm gonna do my best. So that's what we got. Eric said, is dragon no wing just Spartan? Yes, yes it is. Spot, perfect. Eric says, Spartan model win. Honestly, I've sculpted quite a few horses and they are pretty thoroughbred based. Hey, Royce is here. Welcome. It's been a kick-ass stream. We're at the end here, but I've shared a bunch of... Oh, I didn't share the link with you guys. Super late, like for support. Oh yeah, like the stream. We're really close to beating my all-time record on stream as far as likes go. I almost didn't share this with you guys. How funny is that? All right. More files. Museum. Skeleton dragon. All right, so... if you guys are just getting here to the stream, yeah, I'm sorry, I'm slow. There it is. If you guys are just getting here to the stream, both of these were shared for free on stream. They're only going to be up for about 5 minutes, so go get them now. Yeah, sunset. Oh, never mind. Well, no, instead I plugged my Patreon instead, which I swear that wasn't like a subtle, like, you have to get it here. Like, no, like it's free on stream. If you guys were here and supported me, you get presents. Also, this stream was very, very generous. I had a few people donate, and it has more than paid for these models, so the very least I can do is share them here too. And then Ricky said flip. Oh yeah, I got to flip the whole model. So there was a joke in the beginning of the streams where if I got 20 likes, I do a backflip. I can't do a backflip, so instead, we make the model flip. Weep. It's harder than it looks, because the brush kind of floaty. Weep. We're doing two. Silly. You guys crack me up. Oh, Eric said that. Mia, you gotta do a flip. I remembered. I missed that part of the chat. You guys are silly. Alright, I'm gonna do another screenshot of this one too. And yeah, I want to share a couple things with you guys. First, this is the stats for my YouTube channel in the last, oh, more subscribers. Thanks guys. So we gained more than 20 this stream. Thank you. So by live stream in the last 3 weeks, you can see that my channel is like taking off. It's affecting everything that I do. I'm getting to talk to more cool people. My art is getting better because you have really, really good feedback. And I'm just making more money, so I can spend more time doing this. Thank you guys so much. This is because of y'all, literally. So, woo, yay, upward graph. You guys are silly. Rory said, wow, this looks amazing. I'll most definitely want to replay this to watch how it came to be. The first part of the stream was yesterday, so if you want to see all of it start to finish, it's technically a 2-part stream, and that is uploaded on my YouTube channel as well. Corey says, very nice. Yeah, no, it's been a really, really, really good month, so thanks for being part of it. It means a lot. Yeah, I see all the emojis and like cute little hearts and celebration stuff you guys are sending. It's cute. I'm so happy the stream went well, but I'm also so happy to be done. I am tired, y'all. I want fajitas. I'm gonna go cook after this and start chopping some veggies and get that meat and grilling. It's gonna be good. If I remember, I'll post pictures in our Discord of the fajitas when they're done, because I'm making pico de gallo from scratch too, and probably some guac, so it's gonna be good. Pat says, thanks for the stream, Mia. Yeah, thank you. Thanks for being here. You guys were killer. This was such a good time, seriously. Easily one of my biggest streams ever. Definitely my most profitable stream ever. My goodness. So thank you. Yeah, Ricky is like, ooh, fajitas. So that's my husband, and he has been very patiently waiting for me to stop my stream so I would make fajitas as well. Corey says, thanks for your stream. I'm also working on lunch, so I know how you feel. Oh, she says, enjoy your fajitas. Thanks. Hey, Ryan, I think you're new. Ryan says, I'm one of those lurkers in the background. Oh, hey. Well, you're new-ish, new to me in a way. Thanks so much for being here. I love my lurkers. You guys are my people. Ryan says, I just want to say thanks for the models and I enjoyed watching. I'm so glad. And yeah, enjoy the models. This is not an easy print, but it's going to be worth it if you guys get it going. And yeah, someone at Alex, his contribution to End Freedom history is legendary. Yeah, I had one guy donate $300 during the stream, and he was the guy who already supports me on Patreon, so he already supports me every month and put in this request for these skeleton dragons. And yeah, I guess he appreciated that I was really trying to go above and beyond, and as a result, he paid for all my Christmas shopping, so that felt really good. All right, y'all. I'm gonna have a great weekend, my Tuesday, Wednesday, and I'm gonna be back on Thursday. Again, I live stream Thursday through Monday, 11 a.m. Eastern time. This was awesome. Really appreciate you guys. I'll see you in a couple days, okay? Take care. Bye.